Hi, just checking.
Okay. Oh, I need to stop there. Okay. Okay. Sorry. All righty. That should work better. All right. Welcome, everybody, to Online Shul's Online Seder. Thank you all for coming. I can see quite a few people on the stream now. Okay, beautiful. All right, the way we're going to work this is we're sitting here at a Seder. We've got a couple of people here, but they're all going to be off camera. You might hear them sing. We've got six. Yeah, we do. Yeah. We've got six altogether. Right. And we're... Hold on. Yeah, we do. If I just keep glancing away, it's just to make sure no one in the chat needs anything or whatever. So every so often you will see me kind of glance off. But nevertheless, we're here at a Seder. All of you, wherever you are, we thank you all for coming and for participating. We're going to try and get straight into it. So I'm going to share loads of audio feedback. Yeah, but it should have stopped by now. Is there still audio feedback? So I'm going to share loads. Yeah, but it should have stopped by now. Hold on. And some delays. Is there still audio feedback? Hold on.
Well, there's always going to be delay.
All right. Hopefully that'll make it better. Oh, there's still some feedback. Let me try this. All right. Hopefully that'll make it better. Okay, how are we now? Still with the feedback, or it's sounding okay? Okay, how are we now? Okay, how are we now? No, we don't want to do that. Feedback, or better for me. Okay, cool. Okay, how are we now? Cool. Okay, how are we now? Tell everyone to turn off their mics. Yeah, no, that's fine. Everybody's muted. Okay. Apologies for the technical difficulties. If there are more issues, just please let me know in the chat. No, sorry, more delays. Apologies. There is feedback now. If there are more issues, just please let me know in the chat. No, sorry, more delays. Was perfect and now not good. Is anyone else getting issues? I've got issues from Sue M. Anyone else? I'm really sorry, everybody. Is anyone else getting issues? I've got issues from Sue M. The only thing I can think is to shut down the whole meeting and reopen it. Sorry, everybody. I'm not sure if I want to do that. That's another thing. If anyone's experiencing difficulty, if they log out and then re-log in, it should be fine. Is anyone else logged on? That's another thing. If anyone's experiencing, because I turned the phone off and I've muted everybody else. Maybe if I just literally turn the phone off. Because I turned the phone off and I've muted. Still lots of echo. All right. The only thing I can think to do is actually to shut it down and for everyone else to come back in. Have I what?
Altered the audio settings.
Yeah, I just looked at all the audio settings. They all seem fine.
It
was okay. Just remember what you did and do it again. Yeah, I mean, easier said than done. Let me just check the audio settings again.
There's echo cancellation.
Yeah, I mean, easier said than done.
Second and advanced. The advanced on the bottom. Oh no, there's echo cancellation.
Yeah, it's all cancelled. Everything's fine.
Sometimes you untick it and then retick it. It works better.
Yeah, I may cause your voice to become intermittent. I don't know if I want to do that. This is all fine. All right, don't worry, I'm just fiddling around. All right. If there's a huge issue, let me know. If the sound's terrible, obviously it's going to be painful, but we're going to keep going for now. And yeah, if anyone has got a huge sound issue, log out, log back in, see if that makes a difference. Unless it's critical, I don't want to shut down the feed and start it again, but if we have to, we have to. All right. Welcome to the Seder. Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, let me just start on a quick share screen to just let everybody know what we're doing. Yeah, I think. Where is my share screen? Okay, let me just start on a quick share screen to let everybody know what we're doing. Okay, so does everyone see that? So these are the 15 steps. If I just make that full screen. Okay. Does everyone see that? Yeah. These are the 15 steps of the Seder. So, Dad, you want to just go through them?
Okay.
Oh, you know what? We never properly introduced ourselves. I mean, I assume most people know who we are, but if you're coming in and if you found us on Facebook or whatever, so I'm Yoram. This is Mark, my dad. And we are the online shul with Yaron, who's not with us this evening. He's with his own family for Seder. And yeah, Dad, let's do it.
Okay. So the order of the Seder. For the 15 steps, Kadesh. Are you going to translate then as well?
Yeah,
okay.
We'll translate.
Okay, Kadesh.
So Kadesh is the Kiddush that we make every Friday night, every Yontif. We make a Kiddush over the Seder as well.
Step 2, Urchatz.
So Urchatz is the first washing of the hands.
Karpas.
The eating of a raw springtime vegetable.
Yachatz.
The breaking of the middle matzah into two.
Magid.
The actual telling of the story of the Exodus, although as you'll work out and probably have worked out from years of attending Seders, it's somewhat light on the actual storytelling and heavy on tangents. Rachza, second washing.
Motzi Matzah.
So that's actually the eating of the matzah itself.
Maror.
Second washing.
Okay, maror.
No, everyone knows what maror is.
Okay, well,
bitter herb.
It's also the second dipping into.
Very good.
So you dip the maror into charoset, which is the second dipping for the evening.
Yeah, very good.
Okay, korech.
The Hillel sandwich,
which consists of.
We'll explain it when we get there.
Fine. Shulchan orech.
So that's the food.
Safun.
So safun is the eating of the afikoman itself. And the afikoman is the little piece of matzah that we broke away, but it is a memory of the actual sacrifice, and you would eat a little piece of it at the end of the meal.
Barech,
benching.
Hallel.
Hallel is when we start the song. So Hallel in the Haggadah is the fullest Hallel that's ever really said in the whole liturgy. So it's the Hallel that we'll say in shul with a whole bunch of extra stuff with it as well. So it'll be fun. We'll be pretty drunk by the time we.
And the Hallel, incidentally, is the fourth cup.
Right. Hold on. There's three chats. Let me just check
didn't,
what they are. You guys are so cute. That's awesome. The echo is there. Right. Keep it going. All right. I'm still not sure what to do about this sound issue, but turn the mic on and off. All right. You know what? Let's just try that. Let's just try. Disconnect the mic. Yeah, I'll lose everything. So let me just stop the show for 1 sec. Audio settings. So, oh yeah, we're back on the Samsung. All right, is that better? Huh? Don't know. Can't see. All right, we're going with it. So we've done a mic reset for what it's worth. We'll go back to the share. All right, is that better? Okay, what are we up to?
And finally, we conclude with
Nutza. So Nutza is the coda, I guess, on the Seder, and we end it with and then a couple more songs tacked on. Nutza is the thousands of years ago history. So we're going to start with Kiddush. So I absolutely do. I want to start with a few acknowledgements. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so first acknowledgement. We're going to start with this Seder is taking place not in Eretz Israel, not in our homeland, but in the homeland of and the land that we're literally sitting on belonged to this Seder. And we acknowledge that this was their land and it was never ceded, and sovereignty was never ceded, and so on. The next thing we want to acknowledge is that we have brothers and sisters who are now at war and who are suffering one of the, certainly one of the most insane things I've seen in my lifetime. And so we want to just acknowledge that that's going on in the world, and our hearts and feelings go out to everybody who's suffering there. And I think that's about it. If anyone thinks of something that's really important, another hearts and feelings go out to everybody who's suffering there. If anyone thinks of something, 50 echo chambers. All right, what's going on? Sorry, everybody. Okay, the only thing I can do is literally to shut us down and start again. Sorry, everybody. Hold on, let me just stop the share. The only thing I can do is literally to shut us down. Sorry. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Very good. Hold on. Let me do that. All right, hold on. I'm going to. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Very good. All right, hold on. All right, hold on.
Is this the same laptop you've used before?
Yeah, no, everything's the same. All right. Is this any better? Hold on, let me get the chat up. That's better. Okay. All right, beautiful. All right, thank you. Thank you for your patience, everybody. We will have to just delete the first 10 minutes on the YouTube. But all right, what was the other answer? All right, and thank you for the suggestion. Excellent work. All right, if anyone wants to make a massive donation to us so we can have a full-time technical assistant, that will be most welcome. But in the meantime, we will soldier on. Okay, Kiddush. So with Kiddush, there is
acknowledging the recent terror victims in Israel.
Okay, of course. And we also acknowledge that there's been obviously a spate of terror in our own homeland in Eretz Israel, and once again our hearts go out over there as well. All right, any more acknowledgements? No. All right, let's go on with Kiddush. So there's a main dichotomy in the Seder between being royalty and the freedom of being like, true freedom where you have abundance and lots of everything, and then slavery and oppression where you have nothing. So the kiddush is one of the symbols of the royalty and the abundance. And so as such, as a king, one should never pour their own cup of wine and someone else must do it for them. So the custom at the Seder is everybody pours somebody else's cup of wine. Now, if you are isolating mamash and you're truly on your own, this is one of those minhagim that you will have to, I don't know, disassociate a bit and pretend you're somebody else. But otherwise, otherwise, if you're with somebody there in the room with you, get them to pour the wine for you. So, Dad, can you? Where's my cup? Oh, this is my cup.
Okay, which one?
I just want the red.
That one?
Oh, actually, give me the kiddush one.
The kiddush one.
Yeah. All right. So, no, we're not open. And what do you want? Grape juice? All right. Hold on, just give me the other one. We'll deal with that later. Yeah. No, we'll deal with that later. I see you want the grape juice, so just give me that one then. What do you want? Dad?
Yeah.
Yeah, just give me that one. Just give me the other one. We'll deal with that later. Yeah. No, we'll deal with that later. I see you want the grape juice, so just give me that one.
That's got a cork in it.
Go. Just give me that one then.
This one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, even more. Can you pour for me in your imagination? So maybe that's a good idea. So whoever is mamash in isolation, it's as if we're pouring for you. All right. So count that as your cup. Dad, where's your cup? So maybe that's
My cup doesn't look right.
okay. So I'm pouring for Dad. All righty. So without further ado, Dad, yeah, come back into shot, and Dad's going to make kiddush. So without further ado,
okay.
All right, and yeah, we're not announcing page numbers. Still audio issues on Zoom and YouTube. And Dad's going to make kiddush. And yeah, we're not announcing page numbers. Still audio. Do you have speakers on? All right, is that making a difference? All right, I've shut down all the sound on the computer then. Yeah, better. Okay, so that's what it was. All right, I don't know why that's never happened before. That's weird. All right, cool. Okay, Dad, let's do kiddush.
Okay, so I'll sit so we're in shot then.
Yeah,
so
you
people,
can stand if you want.
People can say or sing the kiddush along if they want to. Okay. יום השישי ויחלו השמיים והארץ וכל צבאם ויחל אלוהים ביום השביעי מלאכתו אשר עשה וישבות ביום השביעי מכל מלאכתו אשר עשה ויברך אלוהים את יום השביעי ויקדש אותו כי בו שבת מכל מלאכתו אשר ברא אלוהים לעשות ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם בורא פרי הגפן
אמן.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל עם ורוממנו מכל לשון וקידשנו במצוותיו ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה שבתות למנוחה ומועדים לשמחה חגים וזמנים לששון, את יום השבת הזה ואת יום חג המצות הזה, זמן חירותנו באהבה מקרא קודש, זכר ליציאת מצרים. כי בנו בחרת ואותנו קידשת מכל העמים, בשבת ומועדי קודשך, באהבה ורצון, בשמחה ובששון הנחלתנו. ברוך אתה אדוני, מקדש השבת וישראל והזמנים. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
אמן. Now, there is a custom to lean while you drink the wine, and you'll see people sort of doing that. The real custom is to lie down on a Roman diva couch like an ancient sort of emperor or aristocrat, and that's, drinking lying down. We were going to do a setup with couches, but it just didn't work out. So So yeah, but imagine you are a Roman emperor on a big diva lounge, and oh, beautiful, no one's complaining. This is excellent. All right, we're gonna just keep plowing ahead. All right,
must be the wine's got to them.
So kadesh urchatz. So let's do the hand washing. So once again, there's this concept that no one does something for themselves on the Seder. So everyone's doing it for somebody else. So again, if you're with somebody co-located, get the other person to wash your hands for you. And if you're by yourself, again, imagine that, is it being recorded? It is not currently, but I can if you want, but it's going to be recorded on the YouTube anyway. So it'll be hanging there forever. So it technically is recorded. Yes. Okay. Where were we? Yeah. So can we get the water here so that me and Dad can get it on, and then yeah. So now the reason that we wash the hands is because what we're doing, or what we're reenacting, is an ancient Greek banquet, and we have incorporated the various phases of the ancient Greek banquet. And I'll just wait for that water to. It's probably yeah. And so one of the things they did was they would have an appetizer course, which we're about to have. And because Pesach is a springtime Greek banquet dinner party, it's springtime themed. So the appetizer course is going to be springtime vegetables dipped in something fancy, which is going to be salt water for us, which we'll explain a bit later as well. And before you would eat anything that's finger food, you would get a little hand washing going on. Now, given that we're now in year 3 of COVID, we all understand the idea of keeping hand hygiene, especially around eating finger food. So the Romans and the Greeks were well onto that back in the day. And so they wouldn't even start a course of appetizers or anything else until they'd done a hand washing. So,
but
yeah.
it was a Jewish law too, though, wasn't it?
No, the Jewish law on hand washing is around. Sorry, let me get back.
It is around bread in particular, but wasn't it also?
Let me just wash your hands. Yeah, bring it up a bit. There we go, that'll do. Yeah, it's not a proper full washing, it's a mini washing, because it's not really for the. Yeah, we're good. Okay, we're just throwing towels here. So let me just put that. Yeah, just. Boom, boom. All righty. So, oh, you haven't washed yet? All right, beautiful. Okay, hopefully everybody.
Mum hasn't washed.
Okay, hold on. Give us half a minute here. Hand washing also because of COVID. Yes, very good. Yes, indeed. So, hey, you want to sit down? Get back in shot?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay.
We're passing around the hand sanitizer.
Yeah, just to everybody else who's here. And then now that you've washed your hands, grab your karpas. So the traditional karpas in the Ashkenaz, European world is to get your parsley and then dip it in salt water. But, there's heaps more options. So we've got here also carrots, kaboom. We've got celery also, kaboom. And there's a few other bits here. So you can kind of do what you want. Now, the sort of halachic religious paradigm is to eat a very small amount of karpas, so you don't get into the problem of having to make additional blessings.
According to some opinions.
Whereas
I believe some other opinions, which I was reading, including Rambam possibly, didn't have a problem about that.
Right.
And
so
you would make, and
so the way we're interpreting karpas is it's basically an appetizer course that's going to run throughout the whole of the magid, so you can keep snacking on your veggies and your dips for the whole time. So
which means you don't have to hang out until the main course to it.
Yeah. So I'll just share the screen of the bracha, which is going to be here. And so there's karpas. Let me just grab it.
Oh, there's we're going to pass around the salt water.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is the bracha. All right. So you want to dip it in your salt water first. Maybe just a brief explanation of the salt water. So the standard, hold on, hands out of the camera. Beautiful. The standard explanation on the salt water is it's to commemorate the tears. And there may be some truth to that. The other explanation that's running around the internets and other places is that salt was a super expensive thing back in the Roman Empire. And to have salt water was like having caviar. It was super, super fancy. So it's actually not a symbol of the tears, but actually another symbol of the royalty, which kind of makes more sense because the dipping itself is part of the royalty thing. Dipping was a Greek aristocratic thing. So we dip into the salt water and then we say the bracha. So do you want to say it?
Okay, we'll say it together. Yeah.
No, you say it.
Okay. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri ha'adamah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, and you can keep drinking wine throughout the whole Seder. 4 cups is the minimum requirement. There is apparently no maximum requirement on that. So you can keep going. Now, another chat. Audio is good. All right, lovely. Okay. Is that just more the Ashkenazi from end of things? On which, Sue? Now, I did say we weren't going to stop for questions, but I mean, it's pretty small. There's only about 20 people here with us. And yeah, so we'll try and do a few questions. Oh, the 3 times washing hands. So yeah, the 3 times washing hands is part of for eating bread normally, but this is a very special washing, special in the sense of unique. It doesn't really appear in normative Judaism as such. The washing for the karpas, it's pretty unique to the Seder night. So it's not the same as the washing we're going to do for the matzah itself. It's like finger washing. It's just for appetizers. So yeah, it's unique in Jewish practice, isn't it? This Orthodox. Yeah. No, I'm getting a head shake.
It used to be required.
Really?
But now most people don't do it.
Okay. Apparently, it used to be required, and now people don't do it for dipping. Okay, that's a footnote that we'll have to figure out. We'll Wikipedia that later on. So, Sue, I hope that answered something for you. All right, so we're going to go straight into the Yakatsu. So the Yakatsu is the breaking of the matzah. So let's get up the matzah.
Yes, we didn't actually demonstrate or just illustrate. We've got 3 matzot here.
Right, and what are they for?
What are they for? Well, in the two are for the normal, when we have 2 loaves of bread on a Shabbat or Yom Tov, there's 2.
Very good.
And then there's a middle one, an extra one that is a special one for the Seder. One becomes the Afikoman, and one is also used for the Hillel sandwich, which is the bottom one.
Yeah, very good. All righty, no more. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so
there was a custom just to use 2.
All right, so the Yakatsu is the breaking of the matzah. The usual standard explanation for that is this is now a symbol of being a poor person, of being in suffering and being in slavery, that you don't have enough to eat and you don't know where your next meal is coming from. So when you have a meal, you break a little part of it off so that you store it for later in case, you just literally don't know when you're going to eat next. I don't know how true that explanation is. Again, that's just the sort of standard interpretation of the Yakatsu. If anyone's got something interesting to add, chuck it in the chat. But otherwise, let's hold it.
Okay,
yeah,
hold it up. We'll break in half. We'll break in 2.
In twain. Yeah, beautiful. All right, and then one of them gets hidden as the afikoman. So, do we have a little afikoman bag?
We had another one.
There
you are. There were 3.
All right, so this is where we hide the afikoman. Oh, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out.
We had 3 covers.
Don't worry. We'll figure. I moved them all. I moved them all. Okay. Don't worry. Just more technical issues. So if you want to, again, if you're truly mamash by yourself, you can hide the afikoman for yourself, I guess. If you're with someone, you can do it. It's a funny little custom. It's not, it's not intrinsic to it came much later on where kids would steal it to ransom it. And so once kids started stealing it, then the parents started hiding it. Again, I don't know how true this story is. I learned it in school at some point. But yeah, that's the afikoman. So now we're getting straight into the magid. Yeah?
I think so.
Yeah, let's go straight in. All right, one more chat. Let me just see what it's saying. Food issue, exactly. Food issue today, just like in Ukraine. That's right, food security. So when you're poor, you don't have food security. So now we get into the Magid itself. So now we're at the storytelling part. Again, I can't announce page numbers just because there are about 8,000 Haggadot in the world. So there is literally no sensible way to even organize any schematics. But, most Haggadot are set out. So find the beginning of Magid, and I'll chuck up the share screen because it is that one. Oh. No. Yeah, Halach Ma'anya. So this bit's in Aramaic. Do you want to sing it, or did we decide not to sing this one?
We'll just say it then.
We'll just say it. Yeah, we've had a dispute over what gets sung and what doesn't get sung. Some people sing this Halach Ma'anya. We're just going to say it. So go for it.
Halach Ma'anya di achalu avatana v'yara de Mitzrayim.
Oh, right. I'm supposed to translate. So this is the bread of affliction that our ancestors ate in the land of Egypt.
Kol dichfin yetev yechol.
All who are hungry, come and eat with us.
Kol ditzrich yetev yifsach.
Anybody who needs to come with us and have Pesach with us.
Hashata hacha.
This year we are here.
L'shana haba'a be'arad Yisrael.
And next year we will be in the land of Israel.
May we be.
May we be.
Hashata avdei.
This year we are slaves.
L'shana haba'a b'nei chorin.
But next year we will be free people.
Interesting that we're saying that we're
Avadim
slaves now
yeah.
when the whole festival is celebrating that we're not Avadim. We noticed that apparent contradiction. We didn't really.
Yeah, indeed. So, that's another thing to think about. Was that Aramaic, not Hebrew? Yes, that was Aramaic. Good pickup. There's a few bits of the Seder in Aramaic. Anything that's in Aramaic generally means it was written in Babylon, not written in Israel. And this one clearly makes sense because Hashata Hacha, this year we're over here, i.e. in Babylon, speaking Babylonian language. But next year we'll be in Israel speaking our own language with our own culture, blah, 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 blah.
And interestingly enough, that whole passage is in Aramaic, except for the two words, Lashana Haba'ah.
Right. Very interesting. All right, so let's plow on. So now we get to everybody's either favorite or completely traumatic part of the Seder, which is the Manish Tana.
Before we do that, we now pour the second cup of wine.
Very good. Because
this second cup of wine is the cup. Each cup corresponds to something. The first cup was the Kiddush. The second cup is the one for Magid, for the whole story. So we recite the story over the wine, and then we use the wine to lead into Hallel.
Yeah, very good.
Into the first part of
very
Hallel.
Good. So this wine's over the whole thing. So I need a pour for Dad. Which one do you want? The grape juice? Yeah. So once again, you pour for whoever's there. If you're isolating, we'll count it as though we're pouring for you.
I'll have
All right, hold on. All right, give us a moment here. No, that cork's still. No, forget that thing. Forget that wine for now. Let's Dad. Give me your cup. Oh. Okay, so here we go. Okay, and do you want to do me? Just with the Kiddush one? All righty. I think we're ready to go.
Have you got?
Have you got?
Pour for that.
Yeah, have you got? The cordial, the grape juice. Okay. All right, we ready? Because we call the kid wicked. No, traumatic because as a young kid you have to stand up in front of everybody and do it. What has changed? I think not to the wicked. Yes, the wicked comes up in the wicked son. All right, but thank you for pointing that, Noemi and Sue. Okay, now we ready?
I think we covered this again.
Cover the matzahs.
And then we uncovered Favadim Hayenu.
So that's another thing that keeps going on. So there's a dichotomy. While we wait, let me just talk about that. So there's another dichotomy that goes on between mine shot here. Oh no, let me just get off the share. Yeah, dichotomy between the matzah and the wine. So the wine is the royalty, the matzah is the slavery. So sometimes we emphasize the slavery aspect of what's going on, and other times we emphasize the freedom royalty aspect of what's going on. So we're opening the matzahs or covering them for
I
this
think
one?
we cover them, and then we're now in a transition now, actually, because we're asking the questions, which is the transition between the wine and the matzah. And then when we get to the answers, we uncover the matzah. Because the matzah is associated with answering the questions.
Yeah, beautiful. All right. Let's sing. All right. So the way we're going to do it, we're all just going to sing it around the table. Again, if you want to sing along with us, sing along with us. And otherwise, just, just enjoy. Okay. So, Man nishtana halayla hazeh mikol halaylot, mikol halaylot. שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים חמץ ומצה, חמץ ומצה, הלילה זה כולו מצה, הלילה זה כולו מצה, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים בשאר ירקות, שאר ירקות, הלילה זה מרור, מרור, הלילה זה מרור, מרור, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים אפילו פעם אחת, אפילו פעם אחת, הלילה זה שתי פעמים, הלילה זה שתי פעמים, שבכל הלילות אנו יושבינו בין מסובין, בין יושבינו בין מסובין, הלילה זה כולנו מסובין, הלילה זה כולנו מסובין. All right, very quickly, why is this night changed or different from every other night?
Or how
is it different? In which ways, or how different is this night? All right, so a funny word, nishtana, nevertheless. So there's four things going on. On every other night we eat bread, but tonight we eat matzah. On every other night we eat all kind of vegetables, but tonight we only eat maror, which is clearly not the case because we just ate the karpas. Tonight we barely ever dip our food, but tonight we dip twice. Again, dipping very culturally specific to the Greco-Roman era that it comes from. And on all other nights we can either sit up straight or we can sit lying down, but tonight we're all lying down, although we're not, but we should be. Again, culturally specific to the Greco-Romans, but nevertheless, why were they doing it? So now we're going to answer.
Why did you ask about eating bitter herbs? Because you haven't eaten them yet. You don't even know that we're going to eat them.
Indeed. They probably saw it sitting on the Seder plate, and they're like, "Oh my God, do I have to eat that?" All right, so now we're going straight to Avadim Hayinu.
So we do uncover the matzah.
All right, so we uncover the matzahs. Do I have a nice share screen for this one? Yeah, beautiful. This is copyright, so we'll just, we'll deal with it. 4 questions. Yeah. All right, so Dad, give us the read.
Okay. עבדים היינו לפרעה במצרים, ויוציאנו אדוני אלוהינו משם ביד חזקה ובזרוע נטויה.
Oh, right. So we were slaves to the Pharaoh in Egypt, but God himself took us out from there with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm.
ואילו לא הוציא הקדוש ברוך הוא את אבותינו ממצרים, הרי אנו ובנינו ובני בנינו משובדים היינו לפרעה במצרים.
All right, and if Hashem had not taken us out of Egypt, I'll try and get all the words. If Hashem had not taken our forefathers out of Egypt, then we and our children and our children's children would still be enslaved to Pharaoh until today.
Even after all this time?
Look, I've been to Egypt and I've spent some time there, and let me tell you, if you didn't get out 5,000 years ago, you didn't get out.
Okay. ואפילו כולנו חכמים, כולנו נבונים, כולנו זקנים, כולנו יודעים את התורה, מצווה עלינו לספר ביציאת מצרים, וכל המרבה לספר ביציאת מצרים, הרי זה משובח.
All right. So even if we were all very, very smart and very, very intelligent and super geniuses and we knew everything and we'd read the whole Wikipedia, it would nevertheless, it is still an obligation upon us to tell the story of Yetziat Mitzrayim, and anybody who does a lot of telling of the story of Yetziat Mitzrayim, they are praiseworthy.
So let's go on to an example, a famous example of a very long telling of the story.
A very long telling. I'll just go up my share screen because it's cute. Come on. No. There we go.
Matzah, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yoshua, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Tarfon, שהיו מסובים בבני ברק, והיו מספרים ביציאת מצרים כל אותו הלילה, עד שבאו תלמידיהם ואמרו להם רבותינו, הגיע זמן קריאת שמע של שחרית.
All right, so it once happened that Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yoshua and Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah and Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Tarfon were hanging out in Bnei Brak, and they were telling the story of the Exodus from Egypt the whole night until their students came in the morning and they said, our masters, the time has come for the morning Kriyat Shema. So just brief aside, we've got we'll leave that comment for a minute. Brief aside. So the standard explanation of this is 5 rabbis who are pretty religious dudes were just staying up all night telling the story. The other, the other main explanation is, of course, the revolution.
Yes, given that it was at Rabbi Akiva's headquarters.
At Rabbi Akiva's headquarters. So now is a good segue to talk about the revolution. So one way of viewing Seder is that this is a secret revolutionary meeting happening at the dead of night, for only insiders are allowed to come to it, and we are plotting the overthrow of the Roman Empire. And for a time back in the day, that's what good Jewish boys and girls did. They didn't do law, they didn't do accounting, they sat here plotting to overthrow the Roman Empire. Why? Well, there's many reasons why, but the ultimate reason is Rome is an empire built on slavery. And an empire built on slavery can never, ever be just. And the Jewish system, as evidenced by this night, is about not being slaves. And that a society that has slavery built into its paradigm is immoral, and God himself is going to get involved. All right, let's keep going.
Okay. Amar Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, one of the rabbis we've just mentioned, הרי אני כבן 70 שנה, ולא זכיתי שתאמר יציאת מצרים בלילות, עד שדרשה בן זומא, שנאמר למען תזכור את יום צאתך מארץ מצרים, כל ימי חייך. ימי חייך הימים, כל ימי חייך הלילות. וחכמים אומרים, ימי חייך העולם הזה, כל ימי חייך להביא לימות המשיח.
All right, so Amar Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, so he was one of the dudes sitting there.
He was more than a dude. He'd just been promoted to the head of the Beit Din because they demoted Rabban Gamliel and promoted him.
Right.
He was only 17, but overnight he became like a man of 70 because he grew a grey beard and grey hair.
Nice.
That sets the
okay,
scene.
That's pretty cool. So Hari Ani Kaven Shivim Shana. So it was as though I'm 70 years old, and I never understood that you had to talk about Yetziat Mitzrayim, the Exodus from Egypt, at night. Until my friend,
I wanted to. I really believed that was the thing to do, but I didn't succeed in convincing my colleagues.
Way better.
That was what to do.
Way better.
And so somehow
Right. So then my friend Ben Zoma turned up and he gave a great explanation. He quoted the verse, in order that you should remember the day of your leaving of Egypt, all the days of your life. If it was days of your life, the days of your life is the days, and all the days of your life means day and night. But then the elders came, the Chachamim, the rest of the sages, and they went a step further. They said, Yemei Chayecha, the days of your life is now, when we're sitting here in the exile, living in the current world that we're in. but all the days of your life means all the days of the life of the human species. When one day we graduate and ascend to the higher levels of society and consciousness, where we have a socially just and equitable and beautiful society that looks after and takes care of everybody, and there are no slaves, none whatsoever, and that is what Kol Yimei Chayecha is, and until even the time of the Messiah.
So even then, even in the time of the Messiah, we'll still have to remember the Exodus according to.
We'll still have to remember where it all started. It'll
never be redundant.
All right, so now we get to another crowd favorite. Yossi was definitely more than a dude. Yes. well pointed. All right, so now this is a crowd favorite. So this is the 4 so-called sons. I'll do a share screen because I've degenderized it, and then now the 4 children, I believe. Where are they? There we go, the 4 children.
Baruch HaMakom, Baruch Hu, Baruch Shenatan Torah le'amo Yisrael, Baruch Hu. Keneged arba'a banim dibra Torah, echad chacham, echad rasha, echad tam, ve'echad she'eno yodea lishol. All
right, blessed is the ever-present, blessed is he who gave the Torah to his people Israel, blessed is he. Keneged, corresponding to the 4 banim, sons, the 4 children that the Torah talked about. One of them wise, one of them wicked, one of them tam. So we've been told simple is a word that's triggering for some people. So we've gone with simply curious. You could also go with wholesome. You could go with innocent. You could even go with naive, I believe. And the echad she'eno yodea lishol, and one who doesn't even know how to ask a question at all. So obviously, hold on, let me stop the share here. So yeah, I was discussing this with one of our guests this evening, that there are sort of parts of the Seder that the custom's very distinct about what it is, whereas other parts are a canvas where people project their own meanings onto it. And the 4 sons or the 4 children is probably the most canvassed part of the whole Seder. So many different concepts, ideas have been projected on it, especially in our contemporary era, with all the different issues going on. How do you interpret the wise? How do you interpret the wicked? Is there a 5th child, etc., etc., etc.? Feel free to browse the width and breadth of the internet to find any explanation you want. We're just going to go super tradish. We're going to go Hebrew, English, and let's take it away. The wise son.
Okay. Chacham, ma hu omer, ma ha'edot v'hachukim v'hamishpatim asher tziva Adonai Eloheinu etchem.
Okay, Chacham, the wise one. What does he say? What are the hold on. Let me just interject.
Yes.
Can I interject? Okay. Who are these 4 sons, and who's read the whole Torah and ever heard about the 4 sons? So what it's referring to is there's several passages in the Torah that say you must tell the story to your children when the story of you going out of Egypt. And each time it tells you to tell the story, it words it slightly differently.
And also in words, it incorporates a question often.
Right. So the son asks something, the son will ask something, and then the parents.
Also, there's a question, so that's interpreted to mean that a future generation will ask, and the way that the Torah's wording, then the rabbi's midrash puts that in the mouth of a particular type of child, a particular attitude.
So the rabbis took these passages which really just obliquely refer, and on that day you shall tell thy children blah blah blah, and they really like analyzed the very precise grammatic structures and whatever, and they came up with this concept that clearly everybody loves. So let's do it. Wise son.
So I've asked
you've done it, right? Wise son.
I've done the question,
right? So the wise child. I'm just going to read this one. What are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments which the Lord our God has commanded you?
And notice he's not asking why did we leave Egypt or anything like that. He's just asking all about the various mitzvot in the Torah as a whole.
All right.
Okay. Afata emor lo kehilchot Pesach. So
you should tell him all the laws of the Pesach, and most importantly, that you don't eat anything on Pesach after you've eaten afikoman. Now, as a child, that perplexed me to no end, and I really believe that if I delved right in and understood that, all the mysteries of Torah would open up for me. To this day, I'm still utterly clueless as to what that particular
what it really means is the afikoman is a Greek word that basically meant after dinner revelry and carousing from house to house.
Sure.
So the law is that after you eat the Pesach sacrifice, you're not to go cavorting around from house to house for entertainment purposes, which was the practice in Greek or Roman society then.
And this is the chap that you tell the wife's son.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Well, that's the very last detail. In other words,
the very last.
So
detail.
you teach him everything, all the details up to then, even that very last detail, that you don't do that at the end.
All right, let's keep going. Russia.
Now we've now completely changed what the meaning of the word afikoman.
Right.
To mean we call the dessert itself or this specific piece of matzah afikoman, but it never meant that in the first place.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Okay. I think all the mysteries of Torah just opened up for me. All right, Russia.
Now, Rasha mahu omer ma ha'avodah hazot lachem ולא, ולפי שהוציא את עצמו מן הכלל, כפר בעיקר, ואף אתה הקהה את שיניו ואמור לו, בעבור זה עשה אדוני לי בצאתי ממצרים. לי ולא לו, אילו היה שם, לא היה נגאל.
All right, the wicked son, what does he say? Or the wicked child, what do they say? What is this service that you do for you? And he says for you and not for himself. And because he said for you and not for himself, and he's taken himself out of the people, you must blunt his teeth and say to him, because of this, God did for me, i.e. not you, when I went out from Egypt, leave a lola to me and not for you, because if he had been there, he would not, or they, if they had been there, they would not have been redeemed. Let's not explain that.
It's very harsh, isn't it?
Yeah, no, let's keep going.
But just briefly, it meant you had to take a leap of faith first to do at least one or two mitzvot and to show the desire to be redeemed in order to be redeemed. So by not participating, you've basically excluded yourself from the community and you virtually say, I don't want to be redeemed.
Sure. All right, Tom.
I think, okay, next one.
Sorry, Dad. Come look this way. Okay.
Tam, ma hu omer, ma zot. ואמרת אליו, בחוזק יד, הוציאנו מארצנו ממצרים, מבית עבדים.
All right, the simple son, the simply curious son, the naive son, the wholesome son, or child. What do they say? What's this? That's it. They just say, what's this? And so you say to him, with a mighty hand, God took us out of Egypt, from the house of slavery. And last one.
Okay, ושאינו יודע לשאול, את פתח לו, שנאמר, והגדת על אביך ביום ההוא לאמור, בעבור זה עשה אדוני לי בצאתי ממצרים.
All righty. So the one who doesn't even know how to ask at all, you have to open up for them. You have to lead them. You can't wait for them to ask. You have to actually lead them in, as it says, because you should say to your child on that day, saying, because of this.
And notice that it's not preceded by a question.
Right. Because of this, God said to me, God did for me when I left Egypt.
Now, if you would have been paying attention, you would have noticed it's the same quote that to answer that the wicked son, the wicked child, 100%. did for me. So it's just putting in a different context. For me, sometimes for me means you would have been there too, for me and everybody else as well. And me is just the representative, but other times me excludes someone else.
So me can be both inclusive and exclusive, depending on context. All right, cool.
So,
all right, let's just
take an example how the rabbis using the same verse to mean almost opposite things.
All right, cool.
Okay.
Let's just do a quick skip around the table. Is everyone around our table okay? Good? Yeah? Awesome. All right, let's keep going.
I did have a quick question.
Oh, yeah, we've got one question from the table here. So let's...
With the now what was my question? It's Chem, yeah. So with the Russia, it says Ma'avodah Zot Lachem, and so that implies that he's not including himself.
Yeah. But hold on. Let me just bounce it back just in case the sound can come through. So Ian's saying that the Russia says to you, implying not to himself.
And my question is, with the Chacham, the wise man, or wise child, he also says, Asher tzivah Adonai Eloheinu etchem. He also says to you.
Yeah, so Ian's pointing out that the wise son uses the same language. He also says, what is this to you? I also have noticed that over the years,
Right.
and I have no good answer for it.
Well, I think
So-
it's probably a similar answer, perhaps in the context. It's the tone of voice.
Ooh, it's
You
tone.
see, the tone and the rest of the question, he said, what is all this to you?
Yeah.
Whereas the wise was saying, what are the laws, etc., which God commanded you? Well, he commanded you because I wasn't there in the generation that got the commandment.
Right. The idea is that the father is doing a thing because the father was there, literally. So the child is asking, why are you doing this? Because
that God commanded you. Tell me, so I'll do it too. That's his implication. I want to know, God commanded you, but so you tell me, so that way it'll be as if he commanded me as well. I think something like that.
Just one thing in the chat. Got an orange there. Oh, is the orange in shot? We have an orange, but I didn't think it was in shot. We'll deal with the orange later. The orange comes under the
Which one were you
hold on.
In mine.
Hold on. The orange comes under the subject heading of additional things that can go on a Seder plate. We'll talk about that later. Let's keep going.
No, sorry, he was saying something.
Oh, I was saying in some Haggadot with the naive child, it says us rather than me.
All right, cool.
That's not a translation. That's a pasuk, though.
No.
I think that's the problem.
Yeah, but the root is us.
The root is us. Oh, so,
Yeah, Hotzianu, Ashenu Mitzrayim.
the Hotzianu. Okay.
All right. So the point there is on the simple child. There is an inclusive language of us and not just me. All right. Let's. So this is why I didn't want to get into the thing because you can go down too many rabbit holes. You got to stick to script. Let's move it.
Right.
So Vigadata.
Hang on.
Vigadata Levincha. No, this one. Levincha Yachol Merosh Chodesh.
Oh, this is just preceded with the whole quote.
All right. Cool.
Okay. Could this you shall tell your child on that day, it's because of this that Adonai did this for me when I went free from Egypt. Could this mean Yachol Merosh Chodesh?
Okay, so Yachol Merosh Chodesh. So could you actually do Seder from the 1st of Nisan 14 days ago? Why do we need to do it tonight? Why are we so like Davkara now? We should have started from 14 days ago already. So the pasuk says on this day, the day itself.
I never understood why you might have thought that you would start from Rosh Chodesh, though. But
nevertheless,
finish. We can go.
Isn't that the day that they took the lamb?
I believe so, but I can't remember.
No, they took the lamb on the 10th of the day, on the 10th of the Madish. Okay.
All right. So if it was that day, you could do it just from the earlier in the day.
Talmud Omar Bavur Zeh.
So the verse says no because of this.
And Bavur Zeh lo amarti
this?
ela b'shesh matzah umaror munachim lefanecha.
Right. And so what is this? Only in the time when the actual matzah and the actual maror are sitting. You got them? Yeah.
Right,
they're literally, that's the this.
Because of this.
Yeah. And this is
weird.
really important because these props are really part of it. And we're obviously missing the most important prop of all, which is the actual sacrifice itself, which was really the whole point of it. But nevertheless, so it's these things and having the commemoration of the actual the day, the moment itself, like commemorating the actual Exodus itself and doing it davka on the day that it happened with all of these props to commemorate it. That's the time you got to do it. All right, let's keep going.
Okay, so we've just learned that we had really lowly beginnings as slaves. We also had lowly beginnings in another way. מתחילה עובדי עבודה זרה היו אבותינו, עכשיו קרבנו המקום לעבודתו.
All right, let me just get up the share screen for that. All right. Originally, our ancestors were idol worshippers, but now, but now, God has brought us into His service.
Yeah, originally idolaters, and only much later monotheism. שנאמר, ויאמר יהושע אל כל העם, כה אמר אדוני לישראל בעבר הנהר ישבו אבותיכם מעולם תרח אבי אברהם ואבי נחור ויעבדו אלוהים אחרים. ויקח את אביכם את אברהם מעבר הנהר והולך אותו בכל ארץ כנען והרבה את זרעו ויתן לו את יצחק ויתן ליצחק את יעקב את עשיו ויתן לעשיו את הר שעיר לרשת אותו יעקב ובניו ירדו מצרים.
All right. As it says, and Joshua spoke to the whole nation, and he said, thus saith the God of Israel, from the other side of the river, your ancestors sat.
Which
from
river?
Days of yore, would have been the Euphrates. Terach, the father of Abraham, and the father of Nahor, and they worshipped other gods.
So Abraham's own father, you mean?
Not only Abraham's own father, I believe Abraham himself.
Really? I hadn't heard that one.
Well, no, here it's just Terach Abi Avraham. All right, anyway, but you took our forefathers, you took Abraham and his family from the other side of the Euphrates, and you led him
from the polytheistic culture.
Right, and it's not led him, it's Va'olechoto. He walked him through the whole land of Canaan, and he made his descendants great, and the not great in that sense, many, and he gave him Isaac as well, and he gave Isaac Jacob and Esav, and so he gave Esav to inherit Har Seir, which is essentially part of the Negev area of Israel, whereas Jacob and his children went down into Egypt. And that is
so despite becoming monotheists, we still ended up in Egypt.
Yeah, and despite becoming monotheists and being chosen by God, we ended up as slaves and in persecution. So another one of these
that was a
paradoxes.
Original promise too.
All right, so now we're getting to hold on, I've got a raised hand. What do I do with a raised hand? Hold on, let me just stop the share for a second. Let me get participants. Okay, Herman, how can I help you? Maybe that was just a mistake. No, all right, doesn't matter. All right, if you hold on, sorry. Yeah, anything that you need to ask, just chuck it in the chat, and we'll all be good. All right. So now we're at to Vihisha Amda. So we're just going to do the intro to it, read, translate, and then we'll sing. And again, we'll all sing together. If you want to sing along with us, feel free. If you want to watch, feel free, and so on and so forth. And we raised the wine, don't we?
Well, not yet.
Not yet.
We're not quite up.
But we're getting there. All right. So let's go.
We're talking about the actual promise itself, and then we'll sing about it.
Hold on. I'm getting some noise. Let me just hold on. Yeah. All good. Okay. Let's keep going.
Keeping the promise. Baruch shomer havtachato Yisrael baruch hu. שהקדוש ברוך הוא חישב את הקץ לעשות כמה שאמר לאברהם אבינו בברית בין הבצרים, שנאמר ויאמר לאברהם ידוע תדע כי גר יהיה זרעך בארץ לא להם ועבדום ועינו אותם 400 שנה וגם את הגוי אשר יעבודו דן אנוכי ואחרי כן יצאו ברכוש גדול.
Very, very good. All right. Sorry for staring off into space, just dealing with stuff. All right. Baruch Shomer. All right. Blessed is he who keeps his promises to the Jewish people. Blessed is he, because the Holy One calculated the redemption from the very beginning in order to fulfill what he promised to Abraham, our ancestor back in the day, as in the covenant between the parts, as it says, and he said to Abraham, knowest thou that you will be a stranger, or your children will be strangers in a land that doesn't belong to them. Kind of where we are now. Vavadum, and they're gonna enslave them and persecute them for 400 years. But the nation that persecutes them, I will judge them as well. And afterwards, the Jews will go out with great wealth and power. So now we cover the matzah.
We cover the matzah and we sing about this promise.
Yeah. So
we hold
the wine.
When we sort of sing things of joy, we hold the wine as a part of symbolizing that. Vehi she'amda l'avoteinu velanu Vehi she'amda l'avoteinu velanu Shelo echad bilvad עמד עלינו לכלותנו, אלא שבכל דור ודור עומדים עלינו לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו מידם, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו מידם.
All right, the covenant has stood. The covenant has stood for our ancestors and for us. Because not only one nation has attempted our annihilation, but in each and every generation, another nation attempts our annihilation. But in every generation, the Holy One, blessed be He, saves us time and again. All right.
As a nation.
As a nation. Let's not get into that one. Okay, let me just check the chat.
Now we uncover the Matzah again.
Okay. Do not know the Untitled tune, but we'll deal with that later. Okay, so we're now getting to the biggest, longest, boring part of the whole thing.
It's not boring. We're going to make it not boring.
We're going to make it not boring. Hold on, let me just, I've lost my share. Hold on a second. There it is.
Well,
okay, this is the long bit. So the way we're going to do it, let me just chuck it up here and then put it in.
Oh, you did that intro.
Yeah. So this is this long bit called the Tzeil Mud, which is in sort of rabbinic terms a drush. So a drush means where they'll take a word or a phrase from the Torah, from the scripture, and then they will like learn something out of it. You know, they'll notice its grammar, they'll notice its wording, they will attempt to derive more out of that, and that's called a drush.
And so related to other texts that might seem tangential. So what you notice, some of the things that they relate to are fairly straightforward and related to an obvious text, but sometimes it seems related to a tangential text where it doesn't seem to explain it all that clearly, but it does have a clear pattern, but we won't really have time to go into all that.
But this whole section is based on a piece of the Torah that's not actually in the Haggadah. Now, this is the only extra Haggadic material we're going to add in just because we think it's so profound to understand what all this is based on. So what would happen is that you're now several hundred years after the Exodus, sitting on your beautiful piece of land in Israel. You have your olive trees, you have your pomegranates, you have your dates, you have a couple of sheep. It's a very beautiful life. And so every time you have a new crop of whatever you're growing, whether it's fruits or vegetables or wheat or barley, you would bring the first of that crop to the priest as a sacrifice to God, as a thanksgiving for the land that you're on. And so as part of that Thanksgiving process, you would make this declaration. Now, the declaration, I'm just going to put it on the share screen. It goes as follows. When you come, I've just got to get rid of the chat so I can read it. I mean, you can all read it on the screen, but when you come into the land, let me just get rid of that one too. When you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you, etc., take some of the first fruit or whatever you've got and put it in a basket, and then go to the place that the Lord will choose, which usually in the book of Deuteronomy means Jerusalem. Come on. And then go to the priest and say to him the following formula. It says, I declare today to the Lord that I have come into the land, I'm in the land that God swore to our fathers to give to us. Next slide.
Even though,
say before the Lord your God, my ancestors were once wandering nomads, listlessly across the face of the earth. And then they went down to Egypt and they stayed there, very few in number, but there they became great and mighty and a populous nation. And the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, with great deeds of terror. I'm not sure where this translation comes from, with signs and with wonders. Last one. And he brought us to this place. Well, not this place, but imagine you're on your ranch in ancient Israel, and gave us this land, a land flowing with milk and with honey. And so now I bring the first fruit of this land that you've given me, the fruit of the land that you, God, have given to me. I think that's the end of it. Yeah. And now go and learn. All right, let me get off the stop share. So that was the declaration that you made. You are a landowner. You are getting your livelihood, food literally out of the land that you've been given. And so you acknowledge, how did I get this land? Where it does drop out for a few seconds. All right, if it does keep dropping out, let us know. All right, cool. How did we get this land? Well, we were once slaves, but God took us out and God brought us here. And this is why we are where we are. And the truth is, we are here today at Seder because for 4,000 years, we keep repeating the story and we keep being part of this. And this is our land. This is our inheritance. And it is because we've been doing this since it began in Egypt. So what we're going to do now is go through the drash. Because it's long, we're just literally going to retranslate. We're not going to break it all. If you want to chuck in questions, hold on. There is something in the chat.
So the point is that when the person brought the first fruits, the declaration was a really good summary of the whole slavery and redemption process. So that's why that was, the context, and that's why it was chosen to be the core of the telling of the story.
All right.
And
so
it lends itself to further interpretation.
All right. So yeah, any questions, write them down, highlight them, look up Wikipedia, but this is a long bit. We're going to blast through it and it ends up with the 10 plagues. So let's go.
Okay. It starts with something a bit tangential, but anyway.
The whole, yeah.
In the beginning, Seil Mad.
Hold on. What's the problem? Okay. Oh, just keep it. No. What's the issue? Nothing. Okay.
Seil Mad. Ma bikesh Lavan harami lasot leYaakov Avinu. Sheparo lo gazar ela al hazecharim. Lavan bikesh la'akor et hakol.
Okay, so go and learn what Lavan the Aramean tried to do to Jacob, our father. Pharaoh decreed the death of the male children only, but Lavan tried to destroy us all.
Shene'emar Arami Oved Avi. Just translate that one because it stands on its own.
All right, so we will digress a tiny bit, I guess.
We'll just translate that. I'm just saying
that one. All right, so
because it's highlighting it as
Yoram, where are the women? Oh, so okay. The way we decide, let me just say that the way we decided to do this is it's too logistically difficult to run multi-camera operations here. Again, anyone wants to donate a giant chunk of cash so I can get a full-time technician, feel free. But until such a time, it's only feasible to run one camera. And so the way we thought of doing it is just me and Dad will be on camera to try and get people coming in and out and coming around. We just thought way too much balagan. So anybody that's not me and Dad who's here is around. They're not on camera. So hopefully that answers the question.
There are two women and two men.
Yeah, there's two women here and two men here. Let's just keep it going.
Good.
All right. So it can be translated in one of two ways. Either our ancestors are wandering Arameans or wandering nomads, or an Aramean tried to destroy our ancestor. So keep going.
Which isn't the literal translation. Okay. Vayered Mitzrayma, vayagor sham bimtei ma'at, vayisham legoy gadol atzum varav.
And he went down to Egypt and he stayed there a little time, and then he became a great and mighty nation. He went down to Egypt. He went by divine command. And he stayed there a bit. And so we learned that Jacob didn't go down to just to actually settle in Egypt, just to stay there for a little while. So they said to Pharaoh, we've come just to hang out in your land, temporarily, because there's no grass for our sheep back in Canaan, because the famine in Canaan is very, very terrible. And so we will hang out here in Eretz Goshen. With just a few people. All right, with very few people, as it says, with only 70 people did they go down into Egypt, and then God made them as numerous as the stars of the heaven. And there they became a nation. And so we learned there that is where Israel developed its distinctive culture, which is a weird one, but let's keep going. Great and mighty.
ובני ישראל פרו וישרצו וירבו ויעצמו במאוד מאוד ותמלא הארץ אותם.
So, as it says in the verse, that Bnei Israel were fruitful and they multiplied, and there were many of them, there were lots of them, and many, many more, and the land was filled with them.
והרב,
And many,
כמה שנאמר, רבבה כצמח השדה נתתיך, ותרבי ותגדלי ותבואי בעדי עדיים, שדיים נכונו, ושערך צמח, ואת ערום ועריה.
all right, this is one of the tangential ones. So this is a verse from the book of Ezekiel. I'm just going to read the translation because the Hebrew is really hard. I've caused you to increase like the plants of the field, and you did increase and grow great, and you did come to excellent beauty. Your breasts were formed, your hair was grown, yet you were naked and bare.
Right, meaning developed physically, but naked and bare
Should we add in
spiritually.
the Ariz pasuk?
No.
Okay.
Well,
let's
you
keep
can
going.
if you want to.
All right, I'm a Kabbalist, so we're going to add in the Arizal, the greatest Kabbalist of all time, added an extra thing to say here.
We added in the previous pasuk from the previous verse here.
Yeah, it's actually, in the book of Ezekiel, it's just the previous verse, and it says, "Va'avor alayich ve'ereich b'mitposeset b'damayich, va'omer lach b'damayich chayi, va'omer lach b'damayich chayi." And when I passed by you and saw you wallowing in your blood, I said to you, "In your blood live ye." I said to you, "In your blood you shall live."
Why
All right,
say it
Va'areu.
twice?
Don't know.
Yes, you do.
Oh, we said it the other day. but
Well,
now I
two
can't
lots of
remember.
blood. One
of course.
was the blood of the Pesach offering,
The
sacrifice, and the other was the blood of the circumcision. And so through the merit of
course.
doing those things involving blood, that helped them to be redeemed.
All right,
I
let's
think
keep
that's what
going.
the thing is.
Va'areu.
Okay, וירא אותנו המצרים ויענונו ויתנו עלינו עבודה קשה.
Okay. Right. And the Egyptians dealt cruelly with us and afflicted us and imposed upon us hard bondage.
וירא אותנו המצרים,
The Egyptians afflicted us.
כמה שנאמר, הבה נדחק מעלו, פן ירבה, והיה כי תקוון המלחמה, ונוסף גם הוא על שונאינו, נלחם בנו ועלה מן הארץ.
All right. So this one has so much resonance to things being said in the last couple of years. As it says, let's be wise with them, lest there get too many of them. And when there's a war, they will add to our enemies and make war on us and kick us out of our own country so that we might be replaced.
At this stage, this is they're just planning to do evil. So it doesn't, vayareo doesn't seem to quite make sense. So one explanation is they saw us as bad. They painted us as bad. They made us look bad. Therefore, they started doing these plots against us.
Nice.
Okay. ויענונו,
they afflicted us.
כמה שנאמר, וישימו עליו שרי מיסים למען ענותו בסבלותם, ויבין הרי מסכנות לפרעה את פתאום ואת רעמסס.
All right, as it says, and they put upon us taxation officers. Tax in those days was not done with money, it was done with hard labor, in order to what does it say? Afflict them with burdens, and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pitom and Ramses, identified by some archaeologists as the site called Pyramus today. Let's keep going.
ויתנו עלינו עבודה קשה,
And they gave us lots of hard work.
כמה שנאמר, ויעבדו מצרים את בני ישראל בפרך.
As it says, and the Egyptians worked Israel with the rigor.
Backbreaking and spirit-crushing labor.
Right. Hard
Okay,
yaka.
and at that point,
Banitzak.
the old Pharaoh died and a new Pharaoh ascended the throne, but still things continued the same. Whereupon, ונצעק אל אדוני אלוהי אבותינו, וישמע אדוני את קולנו, וירא את עוניינו ואת עמלנו ואת לחצנו.
All right. As it says, the children of Israel, the Jews or the Israelites, whatever you want to call them, the slaves, they cried out to God.
You want to translate it as
We cried out to
yeah.
God. This is really the moment in Sefer
it's
Shemot
all
where it
we.
all happens. There's all this slavery, and then there's a new Pharaoh, and it gets so bad, and suddenly the suffering is so bad that even God can hear it. And God heard the voice, and then he saw the affliction and the toil and the oppression.
ונצעק אל אדוני אלוהי אבותינו.
And we cried out to God.
כמה שנאמר, ויהי בימים הרבים ההם, וימות מלך מצרים, ויאנחו בני ישראל מן העבודה, ויזעקו, ותעל שבתם אל האלוהים מן העבודה.
All right. And we cried out to the Lord of our fathers, as it is said, and it came to pass in the course of those many days that the king of Egypt died, and the children of Israel sighed by reason of their bondage, and they cried out, and their cry came up to God by reason of their bondage.
וישמע אדוני את קולנו.
And God heard our cries.
כמה שנאמר, וישמע אלוהים את נאקתם, ויזכור אלוהים את בריתו, את אברהם, את יצחק ואת יעקב.
And so God heard their literal like groanings, and then
these details are mentioned earlier in the original account in Exodus. These were all the main details come from.
Right. And then God remembered his covenant with Abraham, with Isaac, and with Jacob.
וירא עוניינו.
And he saw, or he looked upon our affliction.
זו פרישות דרך ארץ. כמה שנאמר, וירא אלוהים את בני ישראל, וידע אלוהים.
All right, so apparently this refers to the separation of men and women from each other in terms of marital relations, as it is written, and God saw the children of Israel, and God knew.
Only God can see what goes on normally behind closed doors. God knew is often a biblical euphemism for sexual relations. And interestingly, what's so important about God seeing this, and why is that so important? Because if you're not having marital relations, you soon won't have a nation. And God pledged himself to redeem the Jewish nation. If he waited too long, there wouldn't be a nation left to redeem.
It's the idea that they're being worked so hard that they.
Well, that's part of it too. But okay, this is an extra one.
All right, now let's just keep going.
Okay,
and our toil.
Elu habanim.
These are the male children.
כמה שנאמר, כל הבן הילוד היאורה תשליכוהו, וכל הבת תחיון.
As it says, every male child throw them into the river, but let the girls live.
And letting girls live is unfortunately a weapon of war.
Yeah, we can see exactly what that's all about. That's not because they'll be nice.
A weapon of war is to leave the girls.
You kill the men and take the women. I mean,
take the women. Right? You rape the women, and then they become, or you take them into your own nation in a way. Okay. Sorry, take them into your own nation. Okay,
and our oppression. This is the force, the coercion.
As
it is written, and God said, I saw the lachatz, what are you saying, oppression with which the Egyptians are oppressing them.
This is very unusual because he translates lachatzenu, the biblical term for oppression, into dechak, which is the rabbinic term for oppression, and then goes to the quote back to the biblical term. No one quite knows why they do that. Okay, ויוציאנו אדוני ממצרים, ביד חזקה, ובזרוע נטויה, ובמורא גדול, ובאותות ובמופתים.
All right, so God took us out of Egypt with a mighty hand, with an outstretched arm, with a morah gadol, great fear, and with signs and with wonders.
ויוציאנו אדוני ממצרים.
And God took us out of Egypt.
לא על ידי מלאך, ולא על ידי שרף, ולא על ידי שליח, אלא הקדוש ברוך הוא בכבודו ובעצמו.
And so God took us out of Egypt, not by an angel, and not by a fire angel, and not by a messenger angel, but rather God himself did the job.
שנאמר, ועברתי בארץ מצרים בלילה הזה, הכיתי כל בכל בארץ מצרים מאדם עד בהמה, וכל אלוהי מצרים, וכל אלוהי מצרים אעשה שבטים, Ani Adonai.
All right, and I will go in the whole land of Egypt at night, and I will strike every firstborn in the land of Egypt, every man, every animal, and all the gods of Egypt. I will judge them. I am God.
And
I will pass by Egypt in this night. I will pass and not an angel. And I will strike every firstborn in Egypt, me and not a fire angel. And with all the gods of Egypt, I will wreak judgment, me and not a messenger.
Ani Adonai.
I am the Lord.
Ani hu v'lo acher.
I am the Lord, me and nobody else.
possibly to counter other beliefs at the time of intermediaries, etc.
Well, this is the whole point, that like other religions certainly understand that there's a unity and oneness to the universe, but that our only access to that is via the various intermediaries and symbols, whether they're called gods or constellations or whatever it is. And the big chidush of Judaism is not that those intermediaries don't necessarily exist, but that they are intermediaries and you don't need them because you can just hop over them straight to the source itself. All right, let's keep going.
Okay, biyad chazaka,
with a mighty hand.
zo hadever.
This was the pestilence in the cattle.
כמה שנאמר, הנה יד אדוני הויה במקנחה אשר בשדה, בסוסים, בחמורים, בגמלים, בבקר והצאן, דבר כבד מאוד.
As it says, the hand of God was in the cattle, that was in the field, in the horses, in the donkeys, in the camels, in the cows, in the sheep. A very, very, very severe pestilence.
ובזרוע נטויה,
with an outstretched arm.
זו החרב.
This is the sword.
Now, what sword?
Let's just keep going. It's two
כמה
rabbit
שנאמר,
holes.
בחרבו שלופה בידו, נטויה על ירושלים.
As it says, and his sword was outstretched over, or unsheathed and outstretched over Jerusalem.
ובמורא גדול,
And with great fear.
זה גילוי שכינה.
So this was literally the revelation of Shekhinah.
God's presence.
God's feminine aspect presence is possibly a more accurate way to render it. Although, as has been pointed out by various scholars of the Kabbalah, up until Kabbalistic writing, Shekhinah in the Bible is never directly associated with the feminine aspect of God, and it is a later concept. But nevertheless, let's keep going.
Okay, כמה שנאמר, או הניסה אלוהים לבוא, לקחת לו גוי מקרב גוי, במסות, באותות ובמופתים ובמלחמה, וביד חזקה ובזרוע נטויה ומוראים גדולים, ככל אשר עשה לכם אדוני אלוהיכם במצרים לעיניך.
All right, as it says, I'm just going to read this one. Or have God ventured to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation, by trials, by signs, by wonders, and by wars, and by a mighty hand, and by an outstretched arm, and with great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes.
ובאותות,
And with signs.
זה המטה.
That was Moses' staff, literally.
כמה שנאמר, ואת המטה הזה תיקח בידיך אשר תעשה בו את האותות.
Okay, as it says, with this staff take in your hands, and you will do with it all of the miracles, all the signs.
ובמופתים,
And with the wonders,
זה הדם.
that was the blood.
כמה שנאמר, ונתתי מופתים בשמיים וארץ, דם ואש ותמרות עשן.
All right, this is the blood as it is written, and I will put my wonders in the heavens and the earth. And then we traditionally dip our fingers in the wine to take out one for each of these things. Blood, I'm going to put it there. Aish, fire, and Timrod Ashan, pillars of smoke. And this comes from the book of Yoel, which is a book about a massive locust plague. Let's keep going. Davar acher.
That's right. The sun shall turn to darkness and the
come
moon
on,
into
come on.
blood.
It
Wow.
certainly does. Yeah, no, Yoel's like nuts. All right.
דבר אחר,
Another explanation.
ביד חזקה, שתיים.
So with an outstretched hand is two.
To what?
Two plagues.
ובזרוע נטויה.
And with it's not an outstretched hand, it's a mighty hand, and an outstretched arm is another two.
Yeah, each word in the phrase, each two-word phrase refers to two plagues.
Yeah.
ובמורא גדול.
With a great fear.
שתיים.
Another two.
ובאותות.
With signs in plural.
Oh yes, שתיים.
Two.
ובמופתים.
And with wonders in
שתיים.
plural. Two.
Okay.
And these are the 10 plagues.
אלו 10 מכות שהביא הקדוש ברוך הוא על המצרים במצרים.
Hold on, let me just get up the picture. There it is, the 10 plagues. All right, we're not gonna sing this one.
No, just
No, we don't approve of the tune of this one. If anybody wants to sing it to themselves at home, Elo Esa. Okay, but we're just gonna read them out. So Elo Esa Makot.
Okay, and
then wine dipping.
to take the wine out. Now we take wine out because we show that we're not rejoicing so much over the suffering of the Egyptians, even though it was a necessary thing to happen in the whole redemption process. So we diminish some of our, we symbolically diminish some of our joy by taking out some of the wine of rejoicing from our cup.
All right. So
Dam,
blood,
Svardea,
frog,
Inim,
lice.
Arov,
Variously translated as either wild beasts or a vermin plague, or possibly
some
others,
insects
or insects
like that,
even. Yeah, something gross and lots of.
Dever,
Cattle disease, basically.
Shchin,
Skin disease on humans.
boils,
They call it.
Okay, Barad.
Barad was a sort of magical fire hail.
Well, or it does refer to fire, but the fire could well be just the lightning.
Oh yeah, keep going.
Which is how Grandpa translates it, I think. Arbe,
locusts.
Choshech,
the plague of darkness.
And finally, Makat Bechorot,
the killing of all the firstborn children in the whole of Egypt. Okay, Rabbi Huda.
Rabbi Huda, היה נותן להם סימנים.
So Rabbi Huda, figure of the Mishnaic era, used to put a code on them, which was?
He abbreviated them as an acrostic here. The first letter of each one is Tzach, Adash, Be'achav. So which would translate as before, Wakub, Holdud.
All righty, well done. Okay, hold on, let me just go back. Let me get out of the share. Anything on the chat? No, very good. All right, let's keep going.
Okay.
All right, so now we get into another little drush, another strange one. I'll just chuck up my graphic for it. There it is. So this is a drush about, were there really 10 plagues? Maybe there are a lot more. And the main reason for this drush is an idea that I think it's in the book of Deuteronomy, where God says, all the plagues that I brought upon Egypt, I will never, it's in Shemot. Oh, sorry. So it's in Shemot. All the plagues that I brought.
Immediately after the crossing of the sea, he says it.
Right. Okay, cool.
Which is,
yeah, he says that all the plagues that I brought on Egypt, I won't bring on you.
Yeah. And the other reason for it, because if you've noticed until now, the one major step of the whole Exodus process, which was crucial, has not yet been mentioned.
Which was?
The crossing of the sea.
Splitting of the sea.
And so this passage allows the rabbis to interweave to add the whole episode of the splitting of the sea.
So
okay.
Yeah.
Will we say it all? Or okay.
I think we won't say this all. It's just too long. Let's just say the very last one. Let's just do Rabbi Akiva.
Okay.
So Rabbi Akiva arcs up. One goes, there's this many, one goes, there's that many.
Or just say the questions, maybe. Okay, in English. Rabbi Yosef the Galilean.
Come on, let's go. Come on, Rabbi Akiva.
Okay. How do you know that each of the 10 plagues in Egypt was really 5 plagues rolled into one? Solution in Psalms 78:49, 5 synonyms for anger, one expressed in each plague. God inflicted, God's burning anger upon them, wrath, indignation, trouble, a band of deadly messengers. So that is all mentioned in this verse in Psalms, in Tehillim. So in sum, God struck 50 blows. That's 5 times 10 in Egypt, because each one consisted of 5. And using just one finger, because it uses the expression God struck with his finger, he'd behold the finger of the Lord. At one of the plagues, I think Shchin, the boils, the Pharaoh's magician said, behold, the finger of the Lord is on us. Whereas at the when they crossed the Red Sea, it said, Vayar Yisrael hayad hagdolah. Israel saw the great hand. So the hand has 5 fingers on it.
So 5 times as many.
5 times as many.
All right, cool. So how many does that equal? 300, I believe.
So he gets 250. So the first, Rabbi Yossi made 50. Rabbi Eliezer made 200, but Rabbi Akiva topped them all with 250.
All right, let's keep going. So now we get to another.
I wonder if anyone went up to 1,000.
All right, now we get to another crowd-pleasing favorite of the Seder, which is not that. Hold on, wrong slide. Dayeno. I don't have a good slide for it. Yeah, I couldn't find a good image for Dayeno. There was nothing great out of copyright. So I'm gonna find it in your not Matzah, what is this called? The Haggadah. Find it in your Haggadah. Again, we're gonna sing it all. There's a table. You can sing along with us. You can listen to us. You can ignore it all together. When are we gonna do the refrain? So
now I'll tell you how we'll do it. We'll do it Sophia's way.
Sophia's
she sang it for me, my granddaughter. So there are it lists 15 different things that happened that God did for us. And we sort of say, even if he'd done each one on its own without the others, that would have been enough for us. Now, it's hard to make sense of that, because if we got liberated from Egypt and then didn't cross the sea, well, then would have all been for nothing. The Egyptians would have taken us back into slavery. But perhaps we're saying each step was really an important one. It's hard to understand all that.
All right. So on which one are we going to do?
I'll show you. Just follow my lead. Okay. Kama malo tavot no kama leinu. Il hosianu mimitzrayim lo asavahem shefatim lo asavahem shefatim dayenu. Il asavahem shefatim lo asav Elohem lo asav Elohem dayenu. Ilu asav Elohem lo harag et bechorehem lo harag et bechorehem dayenu. Ilu harag et bechorehem lo natanu et mamonam dayenu. Dayenu, 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 dayenu. Ilunahanu et mamanda lo karanu et tayam lo karalanu et tayam dayenu. Ilunahanu et tayam lo hiram lo kofatharada lo riranu dayenu. Ilunahanu lo kofatharada lo shika tzareng b'tocho lo shika tzareng b'tocho dayenu. Ilu shika tzareng b'tocho lo sipek tzorken v'libar shana dayenu. Dayenu, 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 dayenu. Iluzbek sorken v'yarshana velo hechilanu etama velo hechilanu etama dayenu. Iluzbek etaman velo natanu etashat velo natanu etashabat dayenu. Iluzbek etashabat velo kervan livnei har Sinai dayenu. Ilu kervan livnei har Sinai velo natanu etashabat dayenu. Dayenu, 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 dayenu. Ilu natan lanu et Torah v'lo echnisanu le'eretz Yisrael. Dayenu, ilu echnisanu le'eretz Yisrael v'lo banu lanu et beit habechira v'lo banu lanu et beit habechira dayenu. Dayenu, 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 dayenu.
All righty. Yeah, we'll just quickly read through them. So, how much greater than try that again. How much greater than, incalculably great, are the benefits which the ever-present God did confer upon us in double and redoubled measure. So he took us out of Egypt, and he judged them for bad, and he judged their gods as well, and he killed all of their firstborn, and he gave us all of their money. and he split the sea, and he took us inside it, and then he drowned our enemies inside it. It's quite bloodthirsty. And then he gave us everything we wanted in the desert, and he gave us the man, and he gave us the Shabbat, and he brought us to Har Sinai, and he gave us the Torah. Then he brought us into Eretz Yisrael, and then he built us a Beit HaMikdash in order to atone for all of our sins. Okay, so now we get up to the whole Pesach Matzah Maror. We're also hitting 9:06 p.m. So I think we're gonna like go a little bit fast because
there's not much. We're almost there.
Yeah, but then there's matzah and this until people get to eat properly. So we're gonna look, we'll just keep plowing through. So Rabban Gamliel highlights three things that if you don't say these three things, then you haven't really done your Pesach.
Like apart from telling the actual story of the Exodus, we actually have to explain the symbols themselves.
Right. So Rabban Gamliel.
Rabban Gamliel haya omer kol shelo amar shlosha dvarim elu b'Pesach lo yatsa yidei chovato. Elohein Pesach Matzah umaror.
Okay, so now we'll demonstrate the three props. So where is our bone?
Well, you point at the bone, but you don't raise it.
You don't really raise it, all right, because it's not really the bone.
Okay, this.
But I've got to share screen
this commemorated the Pesach. It's not that it is the Pesach. For some reason, the Chachamim, the sages, were very took great pains that we shouldn't mistake this for the actual Pesach sacrifice that we don't have nowadays. That we don't have a temple.
All right.
Do you want to mention the orange now?
Actually, we'll do the orange and everything else at the end of this.
We'll do these three.
Good.
Do these three, and I also want to mention the egg too, because that never gets a mention.
All right, so let's do it. Pesach Matzah. Let's go.
שהיו אבותינו אוכלים בזמן שבית המקדש היה קיים על שומה.
All right. So the Passover sacrifice that our ancestors ate in the time of the temple. Why?
על שום שפסח הקדוש ברוך הוא על בתי אבותינו במצרים.
So because God pasached or passed over the houses of our forefathers when they were in Egypt.
שנאמר,
as it is written,
ואמרתם זבח פסח הוא לאדוני אשר פסח על בתי בני ישראל במצרים ונהוג פה את מצרים ואת בתינו הצילו.
As it says, and you shall say, this is the Pesach sacrifice for God, because I'm just going to read it. It's too
actually was not really part of the quote.
Okay,
it is put the quotation marks here, including that, but that's really what they did after they heard. Anyway.
Yeah. All right. What is the reason for the Pesach sacrifice which our ancestors ate? Is because the Holy One passed over the houses, as it says, you shall say it is the Pesach sacrifice for the Lord who passed over the houses of the children of Israel when he smote the Egyptians and saved our households. And then the people all bowed down right with their faces to the ground. All right, so now we do the matzah.
Okay,
so hold up the matzah. Let me get to the next picture. There it is. And I'll do it on the, no, not that one. Sorry. Yeah, live matzah.
Okay, matzah, yeah.
All right, go for it. Shanu achlim.
Yeah, I said it.
Oh, did you say the whole thing?
No, I just said the question.
Oh, matzah zu. Why?
על שום שלא הספיק בצקם של אבותינו להחמיץ, עד שנגלה עליהם מלך מלכי מלכים, הקדוש ברוך הוא גאלם, שנאמר, ויופו את הבצק אשר הוציאו ממצרים, וגות מצות, כי לא חמץ, כי גורשו ממצרים, ולא יכלו להתממע, וגם צידה לא עשו להם.
All right. This matzah that we eat, why do we eat it? Because the dough didn't have time to prove and therefore rise until the King of all kings, God, revealed himself to them, as it says, and they baked the dough that I'm just going to read it. They baked the dough which they brought out from Egypt into unleavened cakes because it did not prove or rise because they were driven out of Egypt and they had no time to delay. If anyone's made bread, you know how long it takes to actually get the thing to happen. And they also brought nothing, no snacks for the car ride.
So the rapidity of the process of the redemption, they were waiting for the redemption for 400 years, but when it came all of a sudden and they had to rush out and they didn't even have time to bake bread properly. So to remember that manner of happening in such a rush. When God decides it's time to go, it's time to go. And so this helps us remember that. Okay.
Very good.
Maror
Maror is this one.
Okay.
Big horseradish. Although technically Maror is really this one.
Let's
Let's take both of them.
Maror zeh she'anu achlin al shumah.
All right, this bit of herb that we eat, why do we eat it?
Oh, it's pretty obvious. Al shum shemeiru hamitzrim et chayei avoteinu b'Mitzrayim.
Because the Egyptians embittered the lives of our forefathers or foreparents in Egypt.
שנאמר וימררו את חייהם בעבודה קשה בחומר ובלבנים ובכל עבודה בשדה את כל עבודתם אשר עבדו בהם בפרך.
Okay, why do we eat this maror? Because the Egyptians embittered the lives of our foreparents, as it says, and they embittered their lives with hard work, with chomer, cement, and with bricks, and with all the hard work of the field, and everything they did, they made them do really, really hardly. So now, yes, very good point. We will just talk very super brief about additional things that can go on a Seder plate.
So on
the first one that is on the Seder plate.
So this is on Seder, right? We never seem to talk about it, and it doesn't really get used, although some people do eat it afterwards. Apparently it's supposed to be a segula for childbirth, isn't it?
No, so segula means like a magic, a hex, a charm.
So as well as the Pesach, the Pesach lamb offering on each of the pilgrim festivals, Pesach, Shavuot, and Sukkot, the pilgrims had to bring another sacrifice as well. One that was completely burnt, like a burnt or elevation offering, but also an offering that was partly eaten by the people who brought it with their friends and relatives, and that was called a shlamim. So this represents that.
Beautiful. All right, next, the orange.
Well, that's one explanation.
Where's our orange?
Okay.
So the orange, and if I'm not a super expert on this, but I believe the orange is representative of LGBTQI people. Is that roughly correct? No? Yes? Yeah, roughly correct. If someone wants to jump in the chat and correct me, but it was what's the legend that it was some rabbi said a woman has as much place in a synagogue as an orange has on a Seder plate, and so they ran with that and said, fine, we'll chuck an orange on a Seder plate.
Yeah, it was I think it was about women's roles within Orthodox synagogue, women participation, and
something to do with
rabbis
that.
And things like that.
The actual quote was bread on a Seder plate, but
we're
not going to put bread on a Seder plate.
Right.
Okay.
Got it. Okay, cool. Now, there's another one that people were doing last year. I don't know how many people are doing this year, is to put an ice cube on the Seder plate. We don't have an ice cube, but you can imagine one. And the ice cube is to signify
global warming.
Global warming.
So you put an ice block on the table at the beginning of the Seder, and you'd notice how much of it melted by the end.
And then the last one that we'll talk about is the a bowl of water. Do we have a bowl of water somewhere?
Water?
No, water. And this is called the Well of Miriam.
Oh,
and it was Natalie actually pointed out to me this week that I can't remember the name of the rabbi who pointed this out, but she made this incredibly powerful point that the entire Exodus is initiated through the actions of women. So the first two women that are mentioned are called Shifra and Puah, and they are the midwives who are tasked with killing Jewish male children, and they, of course, rebel and don't do that and keep them all alive. And then the next woman to step up, and again named is, well, she's not named, but is Yocheved, Moses' mother, and then Miriam, Moses' sister, and they put him into the basket and send him down. And then Bitya, the daughter of Pharaoh, saves him. So it's 5 women who are the actual initiators of the entire redemptive process. And the Midrash then goes on to elaborate on that and say that it is because of the women that we were redeemed, because the women maintained the culture. And also the women maintained marital relations with their husbands so that the nation could continue. And so this rabbi wanted to point out that I don't know if it's her idea, but she certainly explained it. And so to commemorate, honor, etc., the role of women in as the initiators of the redemptive process, to have a bowl of water to symbolize the Well of Miriam. Now, are there any others that anybody knows about? All right, cool.
Other symbols, no.
Other additional things. Oh, right. Very good. The sixth woman is Zipporah, who is the wife of Moshe. And when Moshe is coming back to Egypt, a very nasty thing happens where God's about to kill Moses, and Zipporah realizes, and she grabs a knife and circumcises her children on the spot. And kaboom, now they're allowed to go into Egypt. So again, another act of incredible bravery. Yeah, because they're going back to Egypt to rescue the Jews. Okay. Yeah, it's on their way back.
Then from they were going back. In the end, she took the children, went back to her father, because I think they met Aaron on the way. He said, "Listen, we've got enough slaves already. You don't subject them to that. Let them go back, and you'll meet up with them later on." All
right, let's keep going. B'chol dor v'dor. In every generation.
B'chol dor v'dor chayav adam lir'ot et atzmo ki'ilu hu yatsa miMitzrayim. Shene'emar v'higadata. Here's this famous verse once again. We're quoting, and again it's from a slightly different perspective. Higadata levincha b'yom ha'u lemor ba'avur zeh asa Adonai li b'tzeitim miMitzrayim.
All right. So in every generation, every person has to view themselves as if they personally went out from Egypt themselves. So it is an imaginative exercise, whether you do it sitting here at the table or when you're in the 48th hour of a gig or a job that's grinding you to death. You have to imagine that you yourself are a slave and going out of the slavery. Shneimar, as it says. Oh, you've already said this. Because you should say to your child on that day, saying, because of this, God did for me when I went out of Egypt. Lo et avotenu bilvad.
Lo et avotenu bilvad ga'al HaKadosh Baruch Hu miMitzrayim. Ela af otanu ga'al imahem. Shenemar ve'otanu hotzi misham. And this was God, Moses talking to the generation that didn't grow up, didn't experience it. It was the generation later, it was 40 years later. And he said, af otanu ga'al otanu hotzi misham leman havi otanu. Yeah, Lo
avotenu bilvad. Not only our ancestors were redeemed by God, but rather we were redeemed with them, i.e. saying that if they had never been redeemed, we wouldn't be us, we wouldn't be the Jews, we wouldn't be, neurotic and paranoid. No, but we'd still be stuck there in Egypt, carrying bricks.
Or at least having slave mentality.
Or at least
having a slave mentality.
All right, lefichach.
Okay,
therefore,
and now we get ready to cover the Matzah, because we're going to be singing some songs of praise and accompanied by the wine.
Okay.
לפיכך אנחנו חייבים להודות, להלל, לשבח, לפאר, לרומם, להדר, לברך, לעלה ולקלס למי שעשה לאבותינו ולנו את כל הניסים האלו. Otsiyanu, do you want to do that?
Read the whole thing. I'll just
Otsiyanu me'avdut lecherut, me'agon lesimcha, me'ever le'yom tov, me'afela le'or gadol, mishibud le'gula. So you do that.
All right. All right. Therefore, we are obligated to, these are too hard. I'm just going to read them. To thank, to praise, to pay tribute, to glorify, to exalt, to acclaim, to bless, to esteem, and to honor the one who did all of these miracles for our fathers, or our ancestors, and for us. He brought us from slavery to freedom, from grief to joy, from mourning to festival, from darkness to light, from slavery to salvation, and therefore let us sing before him a new song.
Hallelujah.
All right, so again, we're going to sing through these two Mizmorim. This is the beginning of the Hallel. This is the transition from slavery into freedom, symbolically in the play. We're going to sing them. You, again, feel free to sing along with us. We open the matzahs? No, we close the matzahs.
No, close the matzahs.
Matzahs closed, wine open. Yeah, matzahs covered, wine
in our hands.
All right. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Adonai. Hallelujah. Shem Adonai. Shem Adonai mevorach. Mi'ata v'yad olam. Mimizrach shemesh ad mevorach. Mehula Shem Adonai Ramal Kol Goyim Adonai Shal Shamayim Kevodo Amik Adonai Eloheinu Hamagdili Lashavet Hamashpili Lirat Mayim Uvaretz Mikimi Me'afadan Me'ashpot yarim evyon le'oshivi yedivim Nidivei Amon Shivi Akeret Akeret Abayitim Abanim Semecha Hallelujah B'tzeit Yisrael Mitzrayim Beit Yaakov Me'am Lo'ei Zayta Yehuda Lekodsho Yisrael Mamshelotav Hayam Rav Vayanos Vayanos Hayarden Tisov Le'achor Le'achor Heyarim Rakadu Rakadu Chelim Rakadu Rakadu Chelim Gilad Kivnei Tzon Kivnei Tzon Kivnei Tzon Kivnei Tzon Mahayayam Kitanos Kitanos Hayarden Tisov Le'achor Tisov Le'achor Tisov Le'achor Heyarim Tigadu Tigadu Chelim Tigadu Tigadu Chelim Gevat Kivnei Tzon Kivnei Tzon Kivnei Tzon Oy milifnei Adon chuli aretz milifnei Eloi Yaakov Haifi atzur agamayim Eichalam nish lemayno All right, we now do the second cup of wine. It's a pretty awesome bracha. Read it in English. I'm not going to say it out. We're just going to do it in Hebrew.
So
Dad, go
bracha
for it.
of the Geulah. So this sort of summarizes the redemption. Thanking God for the redemption. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher ge'alanu v'ge'al avoteinu mimitzrayim. V'higi'anu lalayla hazeh lechol bo matzah umaror. Kein Adonai Eloheinu le'avoteinu hagi'einu lemoadim ve'lirgalim acherim aba'im likratenu l'shalom smechim b'binyan yirecha v'sasim ba'avodatecha v'nochal sham min hazevachim u'min hapesachim asher yagi'az damam al kir mizbach ha'ratzon v'nodeh lecha shir chadash al ge'ulatenu ve'al pedut nafshenu Baruch atah Adonai Ga'al Yisrael.
Amen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen.
All righty. Okay. It is very good, isn't it? All right, I'm going to read it. Yeah, Ian's pointed out it is worth the read. All right. Blessed art thou, our Lord God, King of the universe, who has redeemed us, who has redeemed our forefathers or our ancestors from Egypt and enabled us to arrive at this night so that we may eat the matzah and the maror. Likewise, Lord God of our ancestors, enable us to celebrate many other festivals and holy days, which will come peacefully upon us, joyous in the rebuilding of your city, Jerusalem, exulting in your service. And may we eat there of the festive sacrifices, of the Passover sacrifices, whose blood touched the wall of your altar has been favorably accepted. And may we thank thee with a new song for our redemption and for our spiritual freedom. Blessed art thou, the Redeemer, or the one who has redeemed Israel. God, Israel. Yeah. Aside from the blood on the walls bit, it is.
Well,
there's always some blood on the wall somewhere. All right, what's this chat? All right. Oh, very nice. Okay, cool. We'll look at that in a minute. All right. So now we're going to get straight to it. So it's now time for the second washing. which is the rachza. And so once again, if you're on your own, imagine that someone is washing your hands for you. If you're with somebody else, get them to wash your hands for you. As soon as the water comes around, I'll wash Dad's hands, he'll wash mine. And then we're going straight into the matzah. So how many matzahs do you need?
Okay, so I'll explain it as we go along because that's
yeah, okay, fine.
I'll explain it as we go along.
All right, but anyway, let's uncover them.
We can uncover them. I think there's enough to feed the table with these three.
Yeah.
I'll get some more to supplement it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, let Dad do me. Yeah. I'll just grab it. There we go. Good. Are you on camera? Yeah. Beautiful. All right.
Okay.
All righty.
Thanks. Have you done yours?
Now this one you do.
Okay, sorry, I'll do it from here.
Yeah. You got it?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Okay. All righty.
Yeah, okay.
All right, cool.
Okay. You done?
Yeah,
You done
everyone's
that?
done. We're all good. All right, everyone else is good. Well, yeah, let's get to it. Okay.
Okay,
Dad,
so the
explain.
first stage, you hold all three matzot together and we say the first bracha, Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lechem min haaretz.
Amen.
Okay, now we take the top and the middle, the half middle that's left, and we make the bracha over the mitzvah of eating the matzah.
Okay.
And so what we do, we make the bracha and then break off a piece of the volume of an olive to give to everyone at the table. If there's too many people at the table from just this 1.5 matzot, then you supplement it with some other matzot that you have on the table. Okay.
Indeed. All right, let's do it.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kedishanu mitzvotav v'tzivanu al achilat matzah.
Amen.
So,
all right. So hold it up to camera so you can see what you're doing. Yeah, cool. So we're just breaking the top one and the middle one.
So I'll break both into 6.
The first one.
We did that.
So so you do hamotzi lechem min haaretz as the bracha over the bread, as eating bread, and then a special bracha that is the fact that you're doing the mitzvah of eating the matzah itself. So it's a double whammy, we call it.
One of those. Yeah.
All righty, we're almost there. Right, and this is just eating, isn't it? Yeah. So once you get your matzah, just eat. So you don't have to wash
No,
this.
unless you can make your own bracha.
Yeah.
Now
there's a thing that you're supposed to eat a certain amount, but do it.
Well, we said, an olive. We can explain. We can get in the discussion of what an olive means.
Okay, that's enough. Okay.
We'll
wait for people to finish chewing.
Yeah. I'm going to take longer.
Okay, let's have a look at some of these messages.
While you're reading it, remember what we said before, why we're reading it.
Thank you, Sue. That's a lovely message. All right, beautiful. Okay, let's all right, so let me find, where's our maror? This is our big maror, but we have functional maror. Yeah, we need functional maror. There we go.
So everyone take a piece, a piece of that and a piece of lettuce.
Yeah, so we've got our lettuce. Where's our lettuce? Yeah. So apparently originally maror was only the lettuce. And then again, a European thing, the lettuce didn't grow so well. The horseradish did grow so well. So horseradish became a thing. Here in Melbourne, I assume most of our viewers are from Australia. But here in Melbourne especially is a European-based community. So, we've got heaps of Euro customs, and horseradish is certainly, yes.
and take some charoset.
Yeah,
as well.
now finally is the time to get into the charoset. So our charoset here, ugh, no, that's I don't want to touch that. Where's
Well,
the
that's all right, isn't
no, it's fine. It's just I don't want to like lift it up.
Oh.
Where's the bowl of the charoset?
Oh,
it doesn't matter. All right, we've got a bowl of charoset floating around the table somewhere. So you're supposed to dip. Is this
Show
a
it up.
dip? This is a dip.
Yeah,
this is a dip.
you dip. Now, our charoset is sort of a bit too solid to dip, so we tend to take a bit of charoset and put it onto the maror. Charoset, there we go.
All right, cool. So give me a bissel. I'll just chuck some in there. All right, beautiful. All right, we ready?
Okay, no, I haven't got one yet.
You haven't got one yet?
Have you got one yet?
You're
Take
putting
a piece of
a
lettuce and a piece of horseradish and dip
some
it in charoset.
All right. So while everyone's getting ready, I just want to talk about the two dippings. So the two dippings are in relation to the two sort of most fundamental mythic events in Jewish history. So the first one is when the brothers sell Joseph into slavery. They take his coat, the multicolored dream coat, and they dip it in sheep's blood. And then when 400 years later, or whatever, the Jews are redeemed from Egypt, they take a hyssop branch and dip it in the blood of the Korban Pesach. And so those two dippings of the coat in the blood that started all the problems, and then the hyssop in the blood that ended all the problems are what we're dipping here. So this is the second dipping. So as everybody dipped,
Okay,
everybody
so we got a piece of,
maror. Very good. So give us the bracha.
Okay, Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher Kiddushanu B'mitzvotav V'tzivanu Al Achilat Maror.
Amen.
Click on it. I haven't got to it yet.
Yeah, no, it's potent. All right, cool.
Oh, we didn't explain the charoset. Why Davka charoset? Well, actually, there's two reasons. Because the mortar in the bricks, and it also tempers the taste of the
Tempers the taste of the maror. All right. The final little ritual bit is the korech sandwich. So the korech was something that the great Rabbi Hillel talked about. What we're going to do is what's done in Seders all across traditional Jewish homes at the moment, which is you make the korech out of the matzah and the lettuce and a bit of the maror. But what the korech really was a shawarma. Okay, what it was the roast lamb of the sacrifice with matzah that wasn't hard matzah like this, like a cracker, but more like flat, like Bedouin bread or mountain bread or rat bread, lafa basically. So you take your lafa, you take your lamb, you then get your lettuce, and these days we put a bit of horseradish on it, and that was the Hillel sandwich. So we unfortunately are not going to do that. But instead,
let me get another matzah.
we're just going to do the sort of dodgy, the dodgy post-diaspora Hillel sandwich, or diaspora Hillel sandwich rather. And so again, which piece of matzah do you take?
So you take it from the bottom matzah, or the bottom ones that left.
Right,
so
the one that's
use
left.
One. Now, again, if the bottom matzah hasn't got enough, isn't big enough,
what do vegetarians
to supply
do?
everybody, then you supplement it with another piece of matzah.
Okay, so vegetarians would definitely struggle with eating sacrifices.
There were some, they may well have brought the grain sacrifices.
But still, you couldn't do a Korban Pesach. And what's the other? Oh, how does a vegetarian substitute for a shank bone? I don't know. If anybody knows.
Some use
a piece of tofu?
A vegetable that's shaped like a shank bone, or a drawing of a shank bone, or
interesting.
People have done things like that.
Can we sacrifice a beetroot? Quite possibly. Yeah. All right, let's. All right, have we got our Hillel sandwich materials?
Pass around the sandwich part, and then people fill it with.
So what do I have to do? So with some.
Yeah. So all the same components that we just had on our own.
Scott, do you have?
Here it is. Here.
All right. So you get your matzah. You get your lettuce, and a bit of horseradish if you want it. And let's do it.
Hang on, I'm not ready. Give
You're
us
not
another
ready?
piece of.
What do you want? Lettuce?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Let us begin, and let us have a bit of horseradish
Anyone
too.
else for the fellowship up here?
I think I've got enough. We're another bit of
Yeah.
horseradish. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Okay, do you want the fellowship?
All righty, we ready?
Hang on. I'm almost ready.
We're almost ready.
Almost
So
ready.
it should
Getting
look
there.
something like that. But again, I mean, look at this pathetic
There's probably
little
different families have different
matzah and
customs.
lettuce sandwich versus a roasted lamb shawarma. So, it's a memory of the shawarma that you can pick up from down the road.
Okay.
All right, we ready?
Okay, so Zecher Mikdash Hillel, Kenas Hillel, Bizman Shebeit HaMikdash Haya Kayam, Haya Korech, Pesach, Matzah, Umaror, V'ochel B'yachad, V'kayem Ma Shene'emar, Al Matzot, Umarorim, Yochluhu.
All right, so this is the memory of what Hillel did. This is what Hillel did in the time that the temple stood. He would sandwich Pesach, the lamb, the matzah, and the maror all together and eat them together to do as the verse says. You shall eat the sacrifice with matzah and with bitter herbs at the same time, and so we eat as pretend sandwich.
Sabich.
All right, that'll do. That's enough Hillel sandwich for me.
Yeah, full.
Okay. On that note, it's now 9:37. What we're going to do, hold on, let me just swallow. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to go into intermission. We've set on the timetable that we're going to come back at 10:30, even though it's already 9:30. We'll see. We might come back a tiny bit later than that. We'll see how we go. But yeah, so now we're going to go into intermission. So everybody, wherever you are, eat whatever food you have. If you're with people, eat with people. If you're by yourself, eat by yourself. We're going to put up just another intermission screen. If you're going to leave and not come back, thank you for coming. It's been amazing to have you with us. I am forced by the boss to do a plug, which is that if you liked the show and if you thought you had a good time, go to www.theonlineshul.com to the donate button or the contribute button and help us out. But otherwise, it's all good. And if you're coming back after dinner, we'll see you then in about an hour, maybe a bit longer. I'm going to just put up an intermission screen, but the chat will still be open. So if anyone wants to communicate with us, that will all be happening. And I think I'm just going to leave the streams open as well. I might turn the streams off and turn them back on. So let me just see. There were 2 chats before I go in. Yes. Okay, very good. All right. So thank you for being with us for Seder Part 1. If you want to come back for part 2, we'll be back in about an hour, maybe a bit longer. And otherwise, hope you've enjoyed the show. And be in touch. And well, it's a show. And we'll see you. We'll see you in about an hour and a bit-ish. Okay, take care.
Okay, sure.
Well done, Yuri.
We need sound back on. Need microphone back. Oh, we'll get to Liel's cost in a minute. Let me just make sure.
Make sure everything's plugged in.
Yeah. Just gonna make sure.
Yeah, some do it. I think we do
we're good.
Full hello.
All right, welcome
Where's
back,
my-
everybody. Okay, welcome back, whoever's still with us. We're going to start benching in just half a tick. Are we going to pour Eliel's cost first?
I will do it after. We'll do it for. What does it say?
He's got to do it after Shir Malach.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I think we just do it now. Let's just do it now. Okay, so we're going to do 2 cups of wine. The first is we're going to, again, pour for everybody else. Where did my cup go?
You never had
Oh, here it is. Oh, you had
Oh, it's this one. Yeah, right. Cool. Prosecco on the out.
So this is the 3rd cup, which is called the cup of Birkat Hamazon.
And then we've also got this huge new prop here to take the place of the Seder plate. Some people do bring a Seder plate back. But this is the cup of Elijah. So Elijah the prophet, as I have said on occasion, is like the Santa Claus of Judaism. He is a magical character who can appear in different places simultaneously. And just like Santa goes to every house on Christmas, Eliel goes to every house on Pesach, and he needs a drink, so we're gonna pour him some of this wine, and there we go.
Just put it in the medicine cup.
No, there we go. He's getting quality. All right, now Elijah. Hold on, I've got something in the chat. Maybe there's more sound issues. Let's look. You may be very happy. Oh, okay, beautiful. You're very, very welcome, Aaron. You're very, very welcome. Okay, but we are going to get to it. So that's Elijah's cup. Elijah, of course, is the harbinger of the Messiah and the Messianic era. And the second half of the Pesach Seder, the first half was about the Exodus from Egypt, but the second half is all about the future redemption to come. So let's do it. Shir Hamalot B'Shuv Adonai Et Shivat Zion Hayinu Kecholmim Az Yimah Leschok B'Inu Shameinu Re'ina Az Yomru Agoyim Higdil Adonai La'asot Imele Higdil Adonai La'asot Imanu Hayinu Sameichim Shuva Adonai Et Shiviteinu Ka'afikim Ba'negev Ha'azorim B'dima B'rina Yiktaru Haloch Yelecho V'achana Seimeshech Hazara Mo'yava B'rina Na'asei Alumotav Rabbeinu Barech Yishem Adonai Mevarach Natan Olam Birshut Rabbeinu Barech Shecham Mishalo Baruch Shecham Mishalo Tuvach Hayinu. So we're just going to sing benching as you did in kindergarten, as we did in kinder. So join in if you wish or don't. But let's do it. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Hazan et Haolam Kulo Betuvo B'chaim B'chesed U'Rachamim. ונותן לחם לכל בשר כי לעולם חסדו ובטובו הגדול תמיד לחסה לנו ועלך לנו מאזון לעולם ועד בעבור שמו הגדול כי הוא אלזן מפרנס לכל ומיטיב לכל ומכין מאזון לכל בריאותיו אשר ברא ברוך אתה אדוני הזן את הכל נודה לך אדוני אלוהינו על שמך ולאבותינו ארץ חמדה טובה ורחבה ועל שבתנו אדוני אלוהינו בארץ מצרים ופתיתנו בית עבדים ועל ביתך אשר חמתם בבשרנו ועל תורתך שלימדתנו ועל חיים וחסד שחננתנו ועל אכילת מזון שאתה זן ומפרנס אותנו תמיד בכל יום ובכל עת ובכל שעה ועל הכל אדוני אלוהינו אנחנו מודים לך ומברכים אותך יתברך שמך בפי כל חי תמיד לעולם ועד ככתוב ואכלת ושבעת וברכת את אדוני אלוהיך על הארץ הטובה אשר נתן לך ברוך אתה אדוני על הארץ ועל המזון ורחם נא אדוני אלוהינו על ישלמך ועל ירושלים עירך ועל ציון משם כבודך ועל בית דוד משיחך, אבל הבית הגדול והקדוש שנקרא שמך עליו אלוהינו אבינו ראינו זוננו פרנסנו חקלנו אביכנו ואכלנו אדוני אלוהינו מהירה מכל צרותינו ואנא אל תצליחנו אדוני אלוהינו לא לידי מנה בשר ודם ולא לידי הלוואתם כי אם לידך המלאה הפתוחה הקדושה והרחבה שלא נבוא שלא נקלם לעולם ועד. So now we say רצי ושבת רצי והחליצנו אדוני אלוהינו במצוותיך ובמצוות יום השביעי השבת הגדול והקדוש הזה כי יום זה גדול וקדוש הוא לפניך לשפוט בו ולנוח בו בעבר כמצוות רצונך ורצונך הניח לנו אדוני אלוהינו שלא תהי צרה ביגון ואנחה ביום מנוחתנו והראינו אדוני אלוהינו בנחם הציוני לך ובבניין ירושלים עיר קודשך כי אתה הוא בעל הישועות ובעל הנחמות. Now we say יעלה ויבוא for פסח יעלה ויבוא ויגיע וירצה וישמע ויפקד ויזכר וזיכרוננו פקדוננו וזיכרון אבותינו וזיכרון משיח בן דוד עבדך וזיכרון ירושלים עיר קודשך וזיכרון כל עמך בית ישראל לפניך לפליטה לא טובה לחיים ולחסד ורחמים לחיים ושלום ביום חג המצות הזה זוכרנו אדוני אלוהינו בו לטובה ופוקדנו בו לברכה והושיענו בו לחיים ובדבר ישועה ורחמים חוס וחננו רחם עלינו והושיענו כי אליך עינינו כי אל חנון רחום אתה ובני ירושלים עיר הקודש במהרה בימינו ברוך אתה אדוני בונה ברחמיו ירושלים אמן. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם האלוהינו מלכנו אדרינו בוראנו גואלנו יוצאנו קדושנו קדוש יעקב ראינו ראיס על המלך הטוב והיטיב לכל שבכל יום ויום הוא היטיב ומיטיב וייטיב לנו גם לנו גם לנו גמלנו לעד לחיינו לחסד ורחמים ולרווח הצלה והצלחה ברכה וישועה נחמה פרנסה וכלכלה ורחמים וחיים ושלום וכל טוב ומכל טוב לעולם עליך אסרנו הרחמנים לא חלינו לעולם ועד הרחמנים יתברך בשמיים בארץ הרחמנו ישתבח לדור דורים ויפאר בנו לעד ולנצח נצחים יתהדר בנו לעד ולעולמים הרחמנו יפעל מצאנו בכבוד הרחמנו ישמור עלינו מעל צווארנו ויוליכנו כמנו לארצנו הרחמנו ישלח לנו ברכה מרובה בבית הזה ועל שולחן זה שאכלנו עליו הרחמנו ישלח לנו את אליהו הנביא זכורתו ויבשר לנו בשורתו ועוד ישועות ונחמות הרחמנו יברך את אותנו בכל אשר לנו כמו שנתברכו אבותינו אברהם יצחק ויעקב בכל מכל וכל גן יברך אותנו כולנו יחד בברכה שלמה ונאמר אמן. במרום ילמדו עליהם ועלינו זכות שתהא למשמרת שעה לא מניסה ברכה מאת אדוני וצדקה אלוהי אישנו ונמצא חן ושכל טוב בעיני אלוהים ואדם הרחמנו ינחילנו יום שכולו שבת ומנוחה לחיי עולמים הרחמנו ינחילנו יום שכולו טוב הרחמנו יזכנו לימות המשיח ולחיי עולם הבא מגדול ישועות מלכו ויעשה חסד למשיחו לדעת ולצערו עד עולם עושה שלום במרומיו הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. יראו את אדוני קדושיו כי אין מחסור ליראיו כפי מה שראו דור שאדוני לא יחסרו אותו טוב הודו לאדוני כי טוב כי לעולמך אתה פותח את ידיך ומשביע לכל חרצון ברוך הגבר שיפתח לאדוני והיה אדוני מבטחו נער הייתי גם זקנתי ולא ראיתי צדיק נעזב וזרעו מבקש לכם אדוני עוז לי עמו ייתן אדוני יברך את עמו בשלום. All right, now we take our glass of wine. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם בורא פרי הגפן. Alrighty, okay. No worries, Sue. I'll get onto that. All right, let's keep it going. Okay, so now we open the door. Or do we?
That's what we pour Elijah's cup before opening the door. Oh, you have.
Oh no, we poured Elijah's cup. So now we open the door to Elijah. Do you want to open the door?
Mine
All right.
says pour the fourth cup now too.
This guy's got after Shvoch, the fourth.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's do Shvoch. Okay, so Shvoch Hamatcha is another sort of bloodthirsty passage that was written during the Crusades. You know, open the door. Written during the Crusades by Rashi, the great Bible and Talmud commentator, and it's pretty powerful. So, Dad, read it in Hebrew, and then I'll do it in English.
Okay. And let me mention, I just came across a custom that that some had, whether it's Sephardim or not others, a custom that at this point in the Seder, some of the wine that was spilt out from earlier on during the plagues, etc., they would take out and put it on the doors on the doorways of anti-Semites in the area.
Holy gosh. All right, Shvach, let's do it.
I think you stand for that. Oh, do you want to stand?
Oh, yeah, but we're going to be out of shot.
We have a
So,
shot, okay.
so one should stand, but we're not technically capable.
שפוך חמתך אל הגויים אשר לא ידעוך ואל ממלכות אשר בשמך לא קראו כי אכלת יעקב ואת נביהו הישמעו. שפוך עליהם זעמך וחרון אפך ישיגם. תרדוף באף את השמידיהם מתחת שמי אדוני.
All right, and in English, pour out thy wrath upon the nations that do not know thee, and on the kingdoms that do not call upon thy name, for they have devoured Jacob and laid waste to his dwelling place. Pour out thy indignation upon them, and let thy fierce anger overtake them. Pursue them with wrath, and destroy them from beneath the heavens of the Lord. All right, and now
in a Haggadah manuscript from 1521, says
the grievance of the Lord.
come on.
Says, pour out your love on the nations who have known you and on the kingdoms who call upon your name, for they show kindness to the seed of Jacob and they defend your people Israel from those who would devour them alive. May they live to see the sukkah of peace spread over your chosen ones and to participate in the joy of all your nations.
Beautiful. Very lovely. All right. So now we pour forth cup. So again, pour for somebody else. If you have.
No, you don't.
I'm still.
Yeah. What do you want?
Yeah. Do you want to just tell me up the last one? Just a little bit. Yeah, that'll do. That's it. Yeah, done. Okay.
Yeah, I'll have.
Grape juice into this. Use the word a little bit of grape juice. I'm sure you're not supposed to mix these things. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now is just a whole long singing bit. If you want to join in, obviously join in. If not, we're going to go at quite a clip here.
We're not going too fast.
No, we're going to go pretty fast.
No, I can't say it properly.
But no translations, so,
No
so read
translations.
along.
All right.
להם לא ידברו, עיניים להם לא יראו, אוזניים להם לא ישמעו, אף להם לא יריחון, ידיהם לא ינישון, רגליהם לא ילכו, לא יגעו בגרונם כמוהם יהיו עשיהם, כל אשר בטח בהם. ישראל בטח באדוני, עזרם ומגינם הוא, בית אהרון ביטחו באדוני, עזרם ומגינם הוא, יראי אדוני ביטחו באדוני, עזרם ומגינם הוא, אדוני זכרנו יברך את בית ישראל, יברך את בית אהרון, יברך יראי אדוני, הקטנים הגדולים, יוסף אדוני עליכם, ועל בניכם, ברוכים אתם לאדוני, עושה שמיים וארץ. השמיים שמיים לאדוני, והארץ נתן לבני אדם, לא מתים יהללויה. כל יודעו מה, ואנחנו נברך יה, ויצא ביד עולם, ויצא ביד עולם. הללויה. Adorai Kolita Adonai Kita Usnoli Yama Yekraf Kunichel Mavet Sarishol Mazaoni Sarav Yagonimsa Moshe Manikra Anna Adonai Manatan Nafshi Anun Adonai Tzadik Velahem Rachem Shomer Petayim Adonai Daloti Veli Hoshia Shuvi Nafshi Luchaichi Ki Adonai Gamal Alaichi נפשי ממוות, אני מדמעה, את רגלי מדחי, לפני אדוני ארצות החיים, האמנתי כי אדבר אני עניתי מאוד, אני אמרתי בחופשי, כל אדם כזה ומשאיר לאדוני, כל תגמולו יהיה עלי, תשע בשם אדוני אקרא, נדרי לאדוני השלם. נא לכל עמו יקר בעיני אדוני, מלך חסידיו, אנא אדוני כי אני עבדך, אני עבדך בן אמתך, זכר למוסרי לך אזבח זבח תודה, ובשם אדוני אקרא נדר על אדוני אשלם נגדנה לכל עמו, בחצרות בית אדוני בתוכך ירושלים, הללויה. הללו את אדוני כל גויים, שבחו כל העמים, כי גבה עלינו חסדו, וימת אדוני לעולם, הללויה. הודו לאדוני כי טוב, כי לעולם חסדו. יאמרנה ישראל, כי לעולם חסדו. יאמרנה בית אהרון, כי לעולם חסדו. יאמרנה יהי אדוני, כי לעולם חסדו. מן המיצר קראתיה, ענני במחיה, אדוני לי לא יירא, מה יעשה לי אדם? אדוני לי בעוזרי, ואני ערב רצוני טוב לחשוד באדוני, מבטוח באדם. טוב לחסות באדוני מבטוח, לנדיבים כל גויים סבבוני בשם אדוני כי עמילם, סבוני גם סבבוני בשם אדוני כי עמילם, סבוני כדבורים תחוקי שקוצים בשם אדוני כי עמילם, תאחוד וכיתני לנפול באדוני עזרני, עוזי וזים ולמתיה לי לישועה, כל רינה לישועה באוהלי צדיקים, ימין אדוני עושה חי, ימין אדוני רוממה, ימין אדוני לא אמות כי אחיה ואספר מעשיה, יעשו ישניה ולמוות לא נתתני, פיתחו לי שערי צדק אהבה ומודיה, זה ישר לאדוני צדיקים יבואו בוי, עדך כי אני צני והצילי לישועה, עדך כי אני צני והצילי לישועה. אבן מסוע ביני מה הייתה לדרוש פינה, אבן מסוע ביני מה הייתה לדרוש פינה, מי הייתה אדוני הייתה זאת, היא נפלאת בעינינו, מי הייתה אדוני הייתה זאת, היא נפלאת בעינינו. זה היום עשה אדוני נגילה ונשמחה בו, זה היום עשה אדוני נגילה ונשמחה בו. אדוני הושיענה, אדוני הושיענה, אדוני הצליחנה, אדוני הצליחנה.
ברוך הבא בשם אדוני, ברכנוכם מבית אדוני. ברוך הבא בשם אדוני, ברכנוכם מבית אדוני. אל אדוני ויאר לנו, ישמח בעבודים על קרנות המזבח. אל אדוני ויאר לנו, ישמח בעבודים על קרנות המזבח.
אלי אתה ויודעך, אלוהי ירוממך. אלי אתה ויודעך, אלוהי ירוממך. הודו לאדוני כי טוב, כי לעולם חסדו. הודו לאדוני כי טוב, כי לעולם חסדו. יהללוך אדוני אלוהינו כל מעשיך וחסידיך צדיקים עושים רצונך, וכל עמך בית ישראל ברינה יודו ויברכו וישבחו ויעלו וירוממו ויעריצו ויקדישו וימלכו את שמך מלכים, כי לך טוב להודות ושמך נאה לזמר, כי מעולם ועד עולם אתה אל. All right, so now we get into some of the longer bits. So what's that tune for this one? Hadul Adonai Kita, Kili Alamcha Azda, Hadul Elohim, Kili Alamcha Azda, Hadul Adonai Adonim, Kili Alamcha Azda, Le'asani Fla'ot Kilolot Levalot, Kili Alamcha Azda, Le'asa Shamayim Bitmuna, Kili Alamcha Azda, Le'asa Salamayim, Kili Alamcha Azda, Le'asa Orim Gedolim, Kili Alamcha Azda, Et Hashemesh Memshelet Hayom, Kili Alamcha Azda, Et Hayarech, Et Kochabim Lememshelot Halayla, Bamcha Azda, Lamakim Mitzayim, B'Bchoreihem, Kili Alamcha Azda, V'Yotze Yisrael Mitocham, Kili Alamcha Azda, V'Zman Etuya, Kili Alamcha Azda, L'Goyze Yam Suf B'Tzarim, Kili Alamcha Azda, V'Hevi Yisrael B'Tocha, Kili Alamcha Azda, V'Nir Para V'Chelo B'Yam Suf, Kili Alamcha Azda, L'Molich Chamo B'Midbar, Kili Alamcha Azda, L'Makem Melachim Gedolim, Kili Alamcha Azda, Kili Alamcha Azda, L'Chon Melech HaEmori, Kili Alamcha Azda, Yagam Melech HaBashan, Kili Alamcha Azda, B'Nat Kili Alamcha Azda, Nachala L'Yisrael Lamdo, Kili Alamcha Azda, Shebishvileinu Zachar Lando, Kili Alamcha Azda, V'Yivreinu Mitzaleinu, Kili Alamcha Azda, Noten Lechem Echad Basar, Kili Alamcha Azda, Adoli El HaShamayim, Kili Okay. נשמעת, כל החי, תברך את שמך, אדוני אלוהינו, ברוך כל בשר תפאר, תרומם, זכרך מלכנו תמיד מן העולם ועד העולם אתה אל. מבלעדיך אין לנו מלך, גואל ומושיע, פודה ומציל ומפרנס ומרחם בכל עת צרה וצוקה. אין לנו מלך אלא אתה, אלוהי הראשונים והאחרונים, אלוה כל הבריות, אדון כל תולדות, המולל ברוב התשבחות, המנהיג עולמו בחסד ובעתיו ברחמים, ואדוני לא ינום ולא יישן. המערר ישנים, המקיץ נרדמים, המשיך אימים, המתיר אסורים, והסומך נופלים, והזוקף כתופים, לך לבדך אנחנו מודים, אילופינו מלא שיר הקיים. It's so beautiful, it really needs a translation. ולשוננו רינה כהמון גלב, people can read the English, it's a beautiful poem. ועינינו מאיר עוד כשמש בחייך, ועדינו פרושות כנשרי שמיים, פרוסות כנשרי שמיים, ורגלינו קלות כאיילות. אין אנחנו מספיקים להודות לך, להלל לך. אדוני אלוהינו, ברך את שמך על אחת מאלף אלפי אלפים. ורבי רבבות פעמיים הטובות שעשיתי עם אבותינו ועמנו. We're going to do this? Now let's just go. ממצרים גאלתנו, אדוני אלוהינו, בבית עבדים. Next week, tomorrow night. ענתנו וסובה קרקעתנו מחייב, וצבתנו מדבר מלאכתנו מחליים, מים ונאמנים גיליתנו, עלינו עזרנו מלאכתך, לא עזרנו חסדיך, ועל תשענו אדוני אלוהינו לנצח. ולא עזרנו חסדיך, יעלתי תשענו אדוני אלוהינו לנצח. על כן איברים שקילגת בנו, ורוח ונשמה שנפחת באפינו, ולשון אשר שמת בפינו, הם יודו, יברך וישר ונפעל ויאמרו ויארץ ויגש וגם נפגשים חמלכינו. כי חלפה לך יודע. בכל לשון לך תשבע, בכל ברך לך תכרע, בכל קומה לפניך תחבר, בכל לבבות יראוך, בכל קרב וכליות יזמנו בשמך. דבר שכתוב, כל עצמותי צומנו, מציל אני וחזק ממנו, ואני ויוני גוזלו, מי יראה אלך ומי ישמע, מי ירוך לך, האל הגדול, הגיבור העליון. קונה שמיים וארץ, נעלה לך, נשבח לך, נפאר לך, נברך לך, את שם קודשך, כאמור לרבי באפי נפשי ואמרי, בכל קרבי, את שם קודשו. הארץ עצומה תוזך, הגדול לכבוד שמך, הגיבור לנצח, לנצח, המלך היושב, על כיסא רם נישא, שוכן אדמר הקדוש שמו.
צדיקים באדוני
ישרים את נעתילה בפי ישרים תתעלה ובדברי צדיקים תתברך ובלשון חסידי תתרמה ובקרב קדושים תתקדש ובמחלות ובלבבות עמך בית ישראל פעם שכמה ככל דור ודור שתהיה טובת כל היצורים לבדך אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהינו להודות, להלל, לשבח, לבאר, לרומם, להלל, לברך, להלל, לכנס על כל דברי שירות ותשבחות, על כל דברי שירות ותשבחות דוד בן ישי, עבדך משיחך, ישתבח שמך לעד, מלכנו האל המלך הגדול הראש, השמיים והארץ, לכנאך אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהינו, שיר ושבחה, הלל וזמרה, עוז ממשלה, נצח, גדולה, גבורה, תפארת, מלכות, ברכות והודות, שמך גדול וראש מעולם ועד עולמות האל, ברוך אתה אדוני. אל מלך גדול ומהולל בתשבחות, אל ההוראות אדון הנפלאות, בורא כל הנשמות וכל המעשים. הבוחר בשירי זמרה מלך יחיד אל חי העולם. All right, raise your glasses. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Borei peri hagan. Okay. There's a quick benching we say now. We'll just say it pretty quickly. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam על הגפן ועל פרי הגפן ועל תנובת השדה ועל ארץ חמדה טובה ורחבה שרצית והנחלת לאבותינו לאכול מפריה ולספור מטובה וכן אדוני אלוהינו על יסלמך ועל ירושלים עירך ועל ציון משכן כבודך ועל מזבחיך ועל היכלך ובני ירושלים עיר הקודש במהרה בימינו ועלינו לתוכה בשמחנו ובבניינה ונאכל בפריה ונשבע מטובה ונברכך עליה בקדושה ובטהרה ורצה והנחלנו ביום השבת הזה שמחנו ביום חג המצות הזה כי אתה אדוני טוב ומיטיב לאכול ונודה לך על הארץ ועל פרי הגפן ברוך אתה אדוני על הארץ על פרי הגפן חסה לסידור. All right, you got it? חסה לסידור פסח כהלכתו ככל משפטו וחוקתו כאשר זכינו לסדר אותו כאשר זכינו לסדר אותו כן נזכה לעשותו זך שוכן מעונה קומם קהל ממנה קרנה הלתי חנה פדויים 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 לציון ברינה לשנה הבאה בירושלים 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 Yerushalayim Abnuya and on. All right, come
on and on we go.
No. All right, so now we're getting into the songs at the very end. They're all kind of fun. They all reference heaps of obscure stuff throughout the Tanakh. And we're gonna go. So we do it's Balayla for this one, yes.
So hang on. So you do the verses and we'll do the chorus.
Okay.
Hold on,
wait for that to find it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right there.
Okay.
All right. ובכן ויהי בחצי הלילה אז רוב ניסים מפלטה בראש השמורות זה גר צדק ניצחתו כנחלק לו ויהי בחצי הלילה דנת המלך גר בחלום הפחדת על עמי באמש וישראל ישע לאל ויוכל לו ויהי בחצי הלילה זרע בכורי פטרוס מחצת בחצי חיירם לא מצאו בקומם טיסת נגיד חרושת סליטה בכוכבי ויהי בחצי הלילה יעץ מחריף לנופף עיביי הובש תפגריו קרא בלו מצבו באישון לאיש חמודות נגלה רז חזות ויהי בחצי הלילה משתכר בכלי קודש נהרג בו נושם יבורר להיות פותל באיתותי שנאה נתן אגגי חטב ספרים נו, come on ויהי בחצי הלילה
rescued from the lions then. That was at night. All things that happen at night throughout our history. Go on, keep going.
שנאה נתן אגגי חטב ספרים בלילה
אגגי, that's obviously Haman.
עוררת ניצח עליו בנגד שנת הורדתי דרוך לשומר מה צרח כשומר וסחת הבוקר וגם ויהי בחצי הלילה קריב יום אשר הוא לא יום אלו רמון דרכי לך יום אף לך שומרים מפקי לעירך כל היום בכל העיר כיום חשקת ויהי בחצי הלילה. All right, we skip the next one because that's for the second night, and then we go to ki lo na'e ki lo ya'e adir b'melucha ba ba chok halacha kahalacha gedu dam yomu lo lecha ulecha lecha ki lecha lecha afacha lecha adonai mamlacha כי לא ינאה, כי לא יאה, דאגו למלוכה במלוכה, דוק הלכה כהלכה, ותיגע ויאמרו לו לך, ולך לך, כי לך לך, אף לך לך, אדוני הממלכה, כי לא נאה, כי לא יאה, זכאי במלוכה במלוכה, עצים כהלכה כהלכה, תפרסם יאמרו לו לך, ולך לך, כי לך לך, אף לך לך, אדוני הממלכה, כי לא should we do the other tune for one? Yachid b'melucha kabir ka'alacha lemudar yamula lecha o lecha lecha ki lecha lecha af lecha lecha b'mayam mamlacha ki lo na'eh ki lo ya'eh melech b'melucha b'melucha b'baba noira k'yalacha k'yalacha b'vav yamula lecha o lecha ki lecha lecha af lecha. I've mixed the two up, haven't I? Kilo na'e, kilo ya'e, anu b'melucha, podek ha'alacha, tzadik av yomulo, lecha ulecha, lecha ki lecha, lecha af lecha, lecha adonai hamamlacha, kilo ya, kilo na'e, kadosh b'melucha, rachum ka'alacha, shinan av yomulo, lecha ulecha, lecha ki lecha, lecha af lecha, lecha adonai hamamlacha, kilo na'e, kilo ya'e, Aitakif b'melucha b'melucha, tomek halacha k'halacha, temimav yomru lo lecha, ulecha lecha, ki lecha lecha, af lecha lecha, adonai hamamlacha, lo ya'eh ki lo ya'eh. And now another one called Adirhu Yibne Beit B'Ka'ara V'Bimeira Miya Ameinu B'Ka'ara of El B'nei B'Cha B'Ka'ara. I think we're just going to do them all. Bachurhu, Gadulhu, Dagulhu, Hadurhu, Batiku, Zakaihu, Chasidhu, Tahorhu, Yachidhu, Kabirhu, Lamudhu, Melechu, Norahu, Sagivhu, Izuzhu, Podehu, Tzadiku, Kadushu, Rachumhu, Shadaihu, Takifhu, Yibne Beit B'Ka'ara V'Bimeira Miya Ameinu B'Ka'ara of all right. We're going to do the whole Echad there.
We'll just do the last 13.
We're just going to do the last one. We'll just do the first verse and the last verse.
Okay.
All right. Echad miyodeya, Echad ani yodeya, Echad Eloheinu, 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 Sheba Shamayim u'ba'aretz. And we'll skip straight to 13. Shlosha asar miyadeya, Shlosha asar ani yodeya, Shlosha asar midaya, Shnei masar shiftaya, Achad asar kofbaya, Asara dibraya, Tisha yalchei leida, Shmona yemei mila, Shira yemei shabbata, Shisha sidrei mishna, Shmo Torah, Arba imahot, Shlosha avot, Shnei luchot habrit, Should we do the same with Chad Gadya?
What?
Just the first and the last?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
well,
Chad Gadya,
let's-
Chad Gadya, Chad Gadya,
Yeah,
Chad
did you-
Gadya.
what was
The
that?
zab bin the zab bin the zab bin abba the zab bin the zab bin the zab bin abba. Zabin abba bitrezo Chad Gadya, Chad Gadya. And we'll skip to the last one, which is V'ata kadosh baruch hu v'shachad l'malach ha'maved v'shachad l'shaychet v'shachad l'torah v'shat ha'lamaya v'chava l'nur ha'l'sahara v'hutra tika l'chala v'adana shachashuna da'achla 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 l'gadya zabin abba bitreyazu zehad gadya chad gadya. All righty. Thank you very, very much, everybody.
Well done.
Cheers. Thank you for coming to the Seder. I think the Facebook feed died. I'm not sure. Charles, good to see you. And thank you for your comments. Lovely. People that I know, people that I don't know, thank you very, very, very much for turning up. If you're on Facebook still or YouTube or in the Zoom with us, lovely, lovely, lovely. Tomorrow, due to various popular request, Yaron and I will be doing a brief Shacharit service from 10 a.m. till 11:30 a.m. Melbourne, Sydney, Canberra, GMT plus 10 time. Feel free to join in. Feel free to do what normal sane people should do and stay in bed. But otherwise, we will be in touch via email and whatever. We'll have another event coming up soon. And hope you had an awesome Seder with us. I just want to thank everybody who came with us, Natalie, Mum, Sruli, Ian, Dad, and everybody who's with us at home and wherever they are. If you're isolating, I hope you're doing okay and you get through Pesach well. If you're just hanging out, hang out well. And otherwise, au revoir from us. It is good Shabbos. Good Shabbos and good Yontif. And let me just check the chat if anyone is saying anything. They're doing big thanks. Okay, yes, and big thanks to everybody, and thank you very much. And that'll be it. So, Laila Tov, and any parting words?
I just echo Shabbat Shalom, Chag Sameach, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
And
hope to see you again soon.
Excellent. All right.
I'm looking
Toodaloo.
there instead of looking here.
Yeah, no, look there.
Looking there.
Okay.
Forgetting where the camera is. I've had too much grape juice.
All right. Take care, everybody. And hold on.
Well
I just
done.
need to do one thing, and then I'll just turn my camera on.